Hello, grade 7 learners. Welcome to another video of Homeroom Guidance lesson. Once again, I am grade teacher Keith, and I will be joining you to our grade community. Again, for more updates, you can follow us on YouTube and Facebook at the Grade Teachers Academy. So for today, I will be discussing with you your study plan, which can guide you on your studying journey or your learning process. Okay, so for today's discussion, here are our learning objectives. Number 1, describe proper time management and study habit plan. So as we go through our discussion later on, you will be describing yung current study habits nyo or yung study habit plan nyo. And when is the best time kayo nag-aaral or kayo nag-study with alone or with your parent if applicable. Second, demonstrate effective study habits. So once identified kung ano-ano yung mga study habits nyo or yung mga routines nyo, you will demonstrate how these habits will become effective. And then number 3, value good study habits and attitude at home and in school. Of course, once identified and once demonstrated, we should know why is it important to us, especially in school. Okay, so before we proceed, let's have this pre-assessment to test our prior knowledge. So let me read first the instruction of this activity. So since this is the beginning of the school year, grade 7, kasi you came from elementary and ito yung first school year nyo on high school, it would be helpful to have an idea on how you want this school year to happen. So for example, for this school year, I really want to achieve good grades on some of the subjects. So for example, gusto mo ng good grades in English, good grades in math, so something like that. But the twist here, kailangan i-draw mo siya through a symbol of your target achievement. So I have here example. So I have here a star and an arrow up as a symbols. So ito yung nagre-represent on what I really want to achieve this year. Star because I want an achievement, and then arrow up siguro it represents ranking. So gusto mo sigurong maging top achiever sa classroom. So it can be an arrow up. Again, I will give you much time to answer this springboard, but you can also pause this video so you have much time to answer this activity. All right, timer starts now. Okay, so after answering that activity, I have here different questions to reflect on. So number 1, how do you feel while doing the activity? Do you feel excited? Do you feel happy? Do you feel worried? Kasi feeling mo wala kang ganong target or goal for this year. So something like that. You can express your emotions or your feelings. Number 2, are those targets attainable in this school year and why? So sa tingin mo ba achievable yung mga goals mo for this year? Kaya mo ba yun i-accomplish? And sa tingin mo bakit kaya sa tingin mo kaya mong i-achieve yung mga ganung goals? And number 3, what are the things that you need to change or do to accomplish it? So, of course, in order to be in order to be attainable yung mga goals mo or yung mga objectives mo for this year, you have to do something. So, ano-ano yung mga ways na yon, ano yung mga plans na yon. And of course, if feeling mo meron kang bad habits na ginagawa which can become distraction sa pag-attain ng mga goals mo, then what are these? And why do you need to change it? So, yun yung mga processing questions natin right after the first activity. So, again, I will give you much time to answer this question, or you may pause this video to to have more time answering these questions. Okay, so let's now proceed with the lesson for today. Again, our lesson is all about your study plan and how this study plan will guide you at home, not only at home, but also in your school. So here are the terms that you need to understand first before we go through our discussion. Number 1, study. Yun yung first definition of term na kailangan nating alamin. So study is the activity or process of learning. So when we say study, it is very self-explanatory. Right now, ang ginagawa natin ay nag-aaral. So this is the process or an activity of learning. So this is about something by reading. So it includes reading, memorizing, facts, attending school, and etc. So anything about learning, anything about reading, memorizing facts, attending school, it is all about study. Now, the second term is habit. So what is a habit? So sabi dito, a habit is a usual way of behaving, something that a person does often in a regular and repeated way. So when we say habit, once again, it's a repeated way, meaning hindi lang siya isang beses ginagawa. Say for example, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, yung schedule mo. Hindi lang siya dapat ginagawa ng Monday. So dapat pati Wednesday ginagawa mo siya and Friday. Kasi hindi lang siya isang beses ginagawa kasi nauulit siya every Wednesday and Friday. So that's a habit. Now, when we say study habits, it is already a well-planned and deliberate pattern of study. So when we say again, kapag ang habit, it's a pattern, it pertains to a pattern. Tapos kapag nilagyan natin ng study, yung habits, and then yung pattern is all about learning already. Again, study habit is a well-planned and deliberate pattern of study which has attained a form of consistency. So again, when we say habit, you should be consistent of what you're doing. It's already a repeated way and the person does often in a regular basis or in a regular way. So again, here are the terms that you need to understand. Now, let's discuss the tips to develop effective study habits. So ano-ano ba yung mga dapat tandaan, dapat gawin para as grade 7 learners, meron tayong effective study habits. So number 1, have a specific time to study. So ano ba yung best na oras na pwede kang mag-aral alone or with your parent or with your mom or dad? So, a routine, sabi dito, a routine helps you to develop mental preparedness. It will also condition yourself to do the schoolwork. Be particular on the exact time of your classes and set the time for you to do the self-learning modules. Whatever learning modality you're using, consistency with the time matters. So why consistency with the time matters? So, for example, ang class mo is during morning. And for example, yung nakaschedule ng morning class mo is every 9 a.m. Tapos uwian mo na ng 12 p.m. So meron ka pang afternoon hours to utilize. So paano mo i-consume yung mga natitirang oras mo in a day? So let's say, nakauwi ka na ng bahay ng 12 o'clock and then 1 to 2 p.m. you will rest, you will have your alone time, pwede kang manood ng Netflix, pwede kang maglaro, and then by 3 p.m., that's your specific time to study already. Parang every time na darating yung 3 p.m., from Mondays to Fridays, kailangan mo na ulit mag-study. So, there's a consistency with the time. So, it matters because when you stick with that specific time, magiging normal na lang siya magiging habit na lang siya para sa'yo. And with that, magiging effective na yung study habits. Okay? So, number 2, follow your plan. So, this is also related to number 1. Again, you should have you should be consistent with your study time. And of course, you should always follow your plan. Say for example, ang schedule mo for math is Monday and Tuesday. Tapos bigla kang tinamad ng Tuesday. Sabi ko, ay, nag-aral naman ako ng math ng Monday. Hindi na okay lang siguro if magpapass muna ako ng Tuesday. So, again, bawal yon. I mean, hindi siya advisable kasi once na ginawa mo yon, it can lead you to rush work later. Meaning, pwede ka kapag nag-procrastinate ka, pag pinili mo mag-procrastinate at nagkaroon ng delay, pwedeng maka-apekto yon sa mga deadlines mo, sa mga nakapila mong assignments. So, ikaw yung mahihirapan kasi ikaw yung mag-rush. So again, we have to be disciplined. So sabi dito, your self-discipline will be challenged if you are studying from home. Bakit? Kasi maraming distraction. Kasi pag uwi mo ng bahay, may TV, may gadgets. So it is really important to follow your plan and of course, to have a self-discipline. Number 3, do the difficult assignment first when mental energies are working very well. So for this one, it is more of a strategy kung ano yung mga kailangan mong unahin at kung saan ka mapapadali. So for this one, it is advisable or recommendable na unahin mo yung mga assignments or yung mga tasks na feeling mo nahihirapan ka. Say for example, ang strength mo is really into English, mas nadadalian ka sa English, and ang weakness mo or ang difficulty mo is on math. So habang marami ka pang energy, dun ka maglaan ng oras sa math. Kasi challenging yung subject na yon para sa'yo. And then, yung English yung hihuli mo kasi sisiw na siya para sa'yo. So that, ito yung ibig sabihin ng bullet number 3. Okay? And then number 4, ask help when needed. Again, hindi maling humingi ng tulong, especially if you really need it. And in the absence of physical teacher, you may need to ask the nearest adults at home. So if walang teacher, pwede kang magtanong sa elderly sa bahay or yung mga ate mo, kuya mo. If possible, you may communicate with your teachers to unlock your difficulties. So, if may means of communication naman kayo ni teacher, siguro if friends kayo on Facebook, and then go, why not? And then number 5, take short breaks. So again, hindi masamang magkaroon ng gaps or breaks during the period na nag-aaral ka, as long as meron kang discipline. So you can relax your eyes and muscles, you can eat your snack or your meal, pwede ka lang maupo for a while. So ayun, kailangan lang ng self-discipline when you're taking your breaks. Kasi syempre, baka pag napasarap, hindi ka na mag-aral or hindi mo na ipagpatuloy yung ginagawa mo. X, maintain a positive attitude even with difficult subject. Having a negative attitude toward a hard subject will not make it easier for you. Therefore, instead of focusing on the negative side, exert your effort on different ways to understand it. This will redirect your actions in helping yourself rather than magnifying your unhelpful attitude toward this subject. So again, if feeling mo nahihirapan ka sa ganitong subject, huwag kang mag-vent out sa mga classmate mo or huwag kang mag-rant sa parents mo or sa mga kapatid mo. Kasi it will not help you. Kasi walang magbabago. It is best to focus on the effort na pwede mong gawin. Say for example, nahihirapan ka sa math. Pwede siguro after your school, pwede kang pumunta sa library, pwede kang magpatulong sa mga classmates mo na marunong sa math, or pwede rin namang mag-join ka ng mathematics club. Baka may mga seminars or activities nila na pwede mong magamit para ma-strengthen yung thinking mo or yung understanding mo with numbers. So, ganon. Make a positive attitude even with difficult subject. And then number 7, attend classes regularly. Of course, doon mo talaga makikita yung result ng study habits mo kapag uma-attend ka ng klase. Kasi syempre, kapag absent ka naman ng absent, di parang baliwala rin yung ginagawa mong study habit plans. And then number 8, practice concentration and focus. This is very important sa pag-develop ng effective study habits. So kung kanina natakal natin yung consistency, self-discipline, so dito, of course, we also have to be mindful of our concentration and focus. Kasi maraming possible distractions out there, especially to us grade 7 learners. May mga gadgets dyan, may mga invitation dyan from friends na, uy, let's go to the mall, uy, let's play after class. So parang ang nangyayari, kapag ganon, nawawala na tayo ng control. Again, self-discipline and consistency. And then number 9, write your assignments on a notebook. It pays to be organized with your things, most especially with your studies. Of course, you have to be organized on your subjects kasi as grade 7 learners, meron kayong 8 subjects, hindi lang math, hindi lang science, hindi lang English. Meron kayong history class, meron kayong art class, PE. So marami yan. So it really pays to be organized. Sobrang helpful na maging organized kasi alam mo kung paano ka magkakaroon ng strategy on what to prioritize first, ano yung mga dapat mong ihuli, ano yung mga madali, ano yung mga difficult para sa'yo. Okay? And then number 10, keep your supplies in your study place. So before starting your study session, be sure to prepare and arrange the needed things in your area. Practicing this will help you to have a smooth and hassle-free time. So eto, technique lang to. Like for example, you have this study area or study place. So dun sa study area mo and study place, nandun na lahat ng mga gagamitin mo within that day or within that time para hindi ka na pabalik-balik. So hindi siya time-consuming para sa'yo. Alright? So that's all for our discussion. Now let's have this post-assessment of what you have learned today. Okay? So here, the instruction is to list at least 5 new ways or habits that you will commit to apply in your study habits starting today. So I have here sentences that you need to complete. So for example, now that I am in grade 7 junior high school, number 1, starting today, I will reduce. Ano yung mga kailangan mong bawasan? So for example, I will reduce going out with my friends. So something like that. And the number 2, from now on, I will increase. Ano naman yung mga kailangan mong dagdagan? So say for example, I will increase my reading time or study time. And then number 3, I will maintain. Ano yung mga kailangan mong i-retain. Number 4, I will keep on. Ano yung mga kailangan mong gawin paulit-ulit. And then I will start. So yung mga hindi mo pa nagagawa, ano na yung mga kailangan mong umpisahan na. Okay? Again, you may pause this video to have much time answering this post-assessment. Timer starts now. Alright. Now, let's have this time to reflect on. Again, why is it important to plan your study session? So, bakit nga ba importante na magkaroon ng habit, routine, plan at home and in school? So, when we say at home, iba kasi tayo when we are at home, di ba? Hindi tayo students. We are more of a daughter or a son sa magulang natin. So, dapat alam natin kung ano yung mga kailangan nating iset aside muna. Kasi syempre may household chores tayong ginagawa, naglilinis tayo, inuutosan tayo ni mommy na magsaing or maghugas ng pinggan. And aside from that, we are also students na may mga assignments, may mga quizzes, may mga tests na kailangan prepared ka, of course. And you have to balance that. Okay? So as a person, as an individual, you have to balance being a student and a daughter or a son to your mommies or daddy. Okay? So it is important to plan your study session because I know that studying can be hard sometimes, but ang good news naman is that anybody can develop good study habits to make studying more effective, efficient, and enjoyable. Kasi once na meron ka ng plan or routine, kailangan mo lang siyang sundin or i-follow or kailangan mo lang din maging consistent with what you're doing. Kasi once develop, once practice, once consistent, hindi na siya magiging mahirap para sa'yo. Sisiyo na lang in Tagalog. So, I want to leave this simple quotation with you, grade 7 students or learners, because your habits will determine your future. Meaning, once a new habit is well developed, it becomes your normal behavior. Okay? So there you go. Now we are done with our lesson. Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope to see you again in my next video classes. Once again, I am great teacher Kate. If you love what we have discussed today, please leave a comment for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing lessons in our great community. Again, for more updates, you can follow us through YouTube and Facebook at the Great Teachers Academy. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Goodbye and see you next time. Hello, grade 7 learners. Welcome to another video of Homeroom Guidance Lesson. I am great teacher Kate, and once again, I welcome you all to our great community. For you to be updated, do not forget to follow us on our online platforms. We are present both on Facebook and YouTube at the Great Teachers Academy. So for today's discussion, we will know more about self-discipline and the ways to be a good citizen. Okay? So, for this module, you are expected to, number 1, discuss discipline and child rights, including limitation. So, how are we going to develop self-discipline? And of course, ano ba yung mga karapatang ng isang bata or karapatang pantao? Number 2, demonstrate ways on how to develop self-discipline that affect your immediate community. So, paano ba natin pauunlarin ang ating sarili? Especially na maapektuhan natin yung mga taong malalapit sa atin, especially our community and our family. And number 3, show ways on managing personal changes towards self-appreciation. So, ano ba yung mga changes? So, physically, financially, emotionally, ano ba yung mga changes, personal changes na nakikita natin or ginagawa natin in our family and in our community. So again, before we start, we are going to have this free assessment to test your prior knowledge. Alright? So let me have this, or let me read this instruction first. Number 1, I want you all, my great learners, to get a piece of paper and a pen. And then on your piece of paper, I want you to doodle for a minute without thinking. Just feel free to do it in whatever direction. Just scribble kung anong gusto mong i-drawing, just draw it. And then, number 3, after a minute, after you doodle something, try to draw a square, rectangle, circle, and triangle. So after doodling whatever you want, you will draw these 4 shapes naman at the back of the paper. Okay? So you may pause this video to have much time answering this springboard. Alright? Timer starts now. Okay. So after answering this question, activity, I have here some processing questions to reflect on. Okay, number 1, how do you compare the 2 activities? So we have 2 activities, right? The first, doodling, or you scribbled whatever you want, and then the second activity is you draw the 4 different shapes that I have mentioned earlier. So how will you compare those 2 activities? And then number 2, what did you feel when you were doodling and drawing figures? And then number 3, between the 2 activities, what needs certain control or discipline, and why do you think so? Okay? Again, you may pause this video so you have much time to answer these questions. Timer starts now. All right. So thank you, grade 7 learners, for participating in our activities. Now let's proceed with our discussion. Again, our discussion is all about developing self-discipline and to discuss ways on how to be a good citizen. So this is becoming the better you. Okay? All right. So I want to read this first paragraph first. So nobody's perfect, as the saying goes. We are all capable of committing mistakes. We have our ugly moments. Despite those unpleasant experiences in the past, we learn new things and eventually make this as our markers of improvement. So I want you to remember this line. Nobody's perfect. Nobody is perfect. So lahat tayo, even me, is capable of doing mistakes. So nagkakamali din si Teacher Kate. Okay? Nagkakamali rin po ako. May mga bagay na hindi ko naiintindihan sa una at hindi ko rin intensyong gawin, pero nagagawa ko. Pero ang kailangan natin tandaan, ang mahalaga ay ginagawa natin tong markers of improvement. Ibig sabihin, after nating magkamali at after nating ma-realize yung pagkakamali natin, hindi na natin to uulitin sa susunod pa. Okay? Bagkus, ito yung magiging palatandaan na, uy, kapag ginawa mo to, meron kang maapektuhan. Na, uy, kapag ginawa mo to, meron kang masasaktan. Na, uy, kapag ginawa mo to, hindi ba't hindi ka natuto? So, again, we are capable of committing mistakes, but it doesn't mean na hindi tayo pwedeng mag-improve. These mistakes are markers of improvement. Okay? So again, it takes certain maturity and openness to develop self-discipline. We have to be fully aware na kapag may ginawa tayong bagay or kapag nag-act into actions tayo or behave in different ways or different different situation, kung paano tayo nagbe-behave in different situation, may mga taong pwede tayong maapektuhan. Like for example, nagagalit tayo, gusto nating maging alone, gusto nating i-isolate yung sarili natin. With that, sa tingin mo, wala bang mag-aalala? Hindi ka ba hahanapin sa bahay kapag in-isolate mo yung sarili mo? So again, we have to be mature. We have to control our behavior, our actions, because this action may affect our family or even the people in the community. So, in order to have self-discipline, we must take control of ourselves, particularly our behavior, emotions, and impulses from committing thoughtless and irrational behavior. Tayo kasi kapag galit tayo or even sobrang saya natin, meron tayong mga bagay na hindi nating intensyon gawin. Na yun pala, pwedeng magbunga ng masama or pwedeng magkaroon ng negative impact sa mga taong nakapaligid sa atin. That's why we need to understand what self-discipline is. Now, it requires awareness to fully understand how it works. Before we develop self-discipline, we have to be aware on the people around us. We have to be aware on our behavior. We have to be aware of who will affect this such behavior. Okay? Now, as part of having self-discipline, it is also important that we know the habits of a good citizen and the children's right, because it can serve as a guide in your development of self-discipline. Again, as we go through our discussion later on, I will share with you some tips on how to be a good citizen. And of course, we will also be discussing the different rights of a children. So ano ba yung mga karapatan ng isang bata? Kasi once you have understand this, once you have become fully aware of these rights, magiging guide na siya kung paano mo i-develop ang self. Okay? So, there are many good habits that impact your immediate community. The following are just some of them. Okay, number one, we have to follow the policies set by the community and government. So when we say policies, these are the laws being implemented in our community and government. Like for example, tumawid sa tamang daanan, bawal magtapon dito, or bawal lumabas ng ganitong oras. So these are some of the policies which are set by the community and government. So bakit merong ganito? Kasi they are responsible for the peace and order dun sa ating lugar o sa ating kapaligiran. And once na violate natin tong policy na to or itong law na to, it will not affect you lang. Hindi lang ikaw ang maapektuhan. It will also affect the community, the people in the community. That's why you have to be responsible and accountable of your actions. Okay? Next is, try to find ways how you can help others in your own capacity. So when we say own capacity, ito yung mga kakayahan mo, kapasidad mo. Ano ba yung kaya kong gawin? And with that skills, with that talent, with that interest, paano ko matutulungan yung isang tao? Okay? Now, letter C, always be respectful and considerate to others. This is very important to remember. Kasi, especially in our community, kasi hindi natin alam kung ano yung pinagdadaanan ng mga taong nakakasalamuhan natin. Possible na sobrang lungkot niya, possible na may problema siyang dinadala, possible na meron siyang kaaway, nakatampuhan. So tayo, as students or members in the community, we should always respect them and to be considerate. Kasi malay mo, ikaw pala yung magpagaan doon sa problema niya. because you are being respectful and considerate to them. Letter D, be responsible and accountable to your actions and decisions. As mentioned earlier, may mga maaapektuhan sa pwede mong gawin or sa kung paano ka mag-behave sa isang lugar o sa isang community. So you have to be responsible and accountable of those actions and decisions. Letter E, preserve and protect nature. This is very important and pwede mo siyang gawin as simple as reduce, reuse, recycle, or even yung pagtatapon ng pagtatapon ng basura sa tamang basurahan, or even picking yung mga kalat sa labas na kaya mo naman palang itapon. So that's how we preserve and protect the nature. Kasi once we preserve and protect the nature will protect us as well. Sobrang helpful nito, especially in our community. If we are being responsible in our nature, in our community, then this community will also protect us as a return. And then be part of the solution and not the problem. This is a very nice statement that we should always remember. So, ikaw dapat as a people in the community or as a person in the community, you should always be part of the solution. Ibig sabihin, kasama ka sa magre-resolve ng problem. Hindi ka dapat part ng problema. Meaning, kasama ka sa nagpapagaan ng problema at hindi ka kasama dapat sa nagpapabigat sa problema. Okay? And last but not the least, decide based on data and logic. This is very nice, especially when you want to be strategic with your actions. Say, for example, the community needs more plant. So, baka yung resolution is to really plant trees. Then, as a member of the community and as a responsible member of the community, mag-volunteer ka for tree planting. So, something like that. Okay? Now, let's now discuss human rights or children's rights. So, it says here that human rights are the same for all human beings, regardless of their sex, race, color, language, national origin, age, class, religion, or political beliefs, existing capacities, and abilities. Human rights cannot be taken away. They give people the freedom to choose how they live and how they express themselves. They also guarantee people the means necessary to satisfy their basic needs, such as food, housing, and education. Moreover, human rights protect people against abuse. So sabi dito, human rights are all the same for all human beings. Ikaw, siya, ako, tayo, pare-pareho tayo ng karapatan. Hindi pwedeng magkaiba, iba yung karapatan mo sa karapatan ko. Regardless of our sex, babae ka man, lalaki ka man, matangkad ka man, kinulang ka man sa height, Catholic ka man, iba man ang religion mo, pareho man tayo ng paniniwala in terms of politics, nakakapaglakad ka man or hindi, we all have the same human rights. And remember that it cannot be taken away. Hindi mo yun nakukuha sa akin. Simula nung sinilang ako sa mundong ito, karapatan ko na yun. At never siyang makukuha sa akin. Remember that, class? It will not be taken away from you. Okay. Let's now discuss what are the rights of the child according to Presidential Decree 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code. So, ang una daw nating karapatan, every child is endowed with the dignity and worth of a human being from the moment of his conception, as generally accepted in medical parlance, and has therefore the right to be born well. So, this is very simple. Lahat ng bata, lahat ng kabataan ay may karapatang maisilang at magkaroon ng pangalan at nasyonalidad. As simple as that. Nasa loob ka pa lang ng tiyan ng nanay mo, may karapatan ka ng mabuhay at isilang sa mundo. Number 2, every child has the right to a wholesome family life that will provide him with love, care, and understanding, guidance and counseling, and moral and material security. Dito naman, tinatakal natin ang pagkakaroon ng isang mapayapang tahanan at pamilya na mag-aaruga sa kanila ng gusto. So lahat ng tao o ng kabataan ay may karapatang magkaroon o makatanggap ng pagmamahal, pag-aalaga, pag-unawa galing sa kanyang pamilya. Number 3, every child has the right to a well-rounded development of his personality to the end that he may become happy, useful, and active member of society. Ibig sabihin nito, meron siyang karapatang maging masaya, gamitin ang kanyang kakayahan o interest or capability upang maging active sa isang society. Okay? Number 4, every child has the right to a balanced diet, adequate clothing, sufficient shelter, proper medical attention, and all the basic physical requirements of a healthy and vigorous diet. So for this one, sinasabi nito na karapatan ng bawat kabataan na magkaroon ng wasto at sapat na pagkain, pagiging malusog, at active. So hindi ako nakakakain ng 3 beses sa isang araw. Dapat nakakakain tayo, karapatan nating maging malusog at meron tayong tinitirhan. Number 5, every child has the right to be brought up in an atmosphere of morality and rectitude for the enrichment and the strengthening of his character. As simple as karapatan ng isang kabataan na maunlad, na mapaunlad ang kanilang kakayahan. Okay? Number 6, every child has the right to an education commensurate with his abilities and to the development of his skills for the improvement of his capacity for service to himself and to his fellow men. So this is related to number 5. So it's more of nurturing your skills, your abilities, strengthening of what you can do. Number 7, every child has the right to full opportunities for safe and wholesome recreation and activities, individual as well as social, for the wholesome use of his leisure hours. Dito, karapatan ng mga kabataan na magkaroon ng pagkakataon or magbigyan ng pagkakataon na makapaglaro at makapaglibang. So, hindi lang mabuhay sa mundo, hindi lang kumain, or hindi lang magkaroon ng malusog na pangakatawan, but also na makapaglaro at makapaglibang. Number 8, every child has the right to protection against exploitation. Again, improper influence, hazards, and other conditions or circumstances prejudicial to his physical, mental, emotional, social, and moral development. So on this one, may karapatan ng mga kabataan na magkaroon ng proteksyon laban sa pang-aabuso, panganib, at karahasan. So again, we have this kind of protection. Number 9, every child has the right to live in the community and the society that can offer him an environment free from pernicious influence and conducive to the promotion of his health and the cultivation of his desirable traits and attributes. Dito, may kakayahang ang kabataan na maipagtanggol at matulungan ang gobyerno. Number 10, every child has the right to care, assistance, and protection of the state, particularly when his parents or guardians fail or unable to provide him with his fundamental needs for growth, development, and improvement. So kapag hindi na tayo kayang buhayin ni parents or ni guardians, nandyan ang gobyerno or ang government para magbigay ng care, assistance, and protection. 11. Every child has the right to an efficient and honest government that will deepen his faith in democracy and inspire him with the morality of the constitute authorities both in their public and private lives. So in this one, karapatan natin magkaroon ng efficient and honest government. So dapat transparent ang ating government. Number 12, every child has the right to grow up as a free individual in an atmosphere of peace, understanding, tolerance, and universal brotherhood, and with the determination to contribute his share in the building of a better world. So as simple as we have the right to be free and express our feelings or have this freedom of expression. So those are the rights of the child according to Presidential Decree 603. Now, let's have this test or post-assessment of what you have learned. Okay. So I have here different questions. So how are self-discipline, good habits, and children's rights connected? Do they affect one another? Make a simple symbol to show this and write your explanation below in a piece of paper. So you can pause this video so you have much time to answer this question. Okay? Timer start. Alright. The activity is already done. Let's now have this slide for a simple reflection. So let's have this reflection. So I have here this question. Why is it important to practice self-discipline in the school, family, and community? So why do you think it is important to practice self-discipline? So I think having a self-discipline aims to improve the way you deal with others at home and in your community. I think that's the main reason kung bakit kailangan nating magkaroon ng self-discipline or self-control. Kasi lahat ng pwede mong gawin or lahat ng pwede mong i-act or maging response sa mga bagay-bagay or situation can really affect the people around you. That's why it is really important to practice self-control, to practice self-discipline, to be aware of what's happening, to be aware of your actions, your emotions, your words, because words are powerful and these words can really affect or have an impact, negative or positive, to the people around you. So again, that's the importance of having a self-discipline. All right, there you go. Now we are done with our lesson. Thank you again, my great learners, for listening. I hope to see you again to my next video classes. If you love what we have discussed, please leave a comment where I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired in sharing our lessons in our great community. Again, for more updates, you can follow us on YouTube and Facebook at The Great Teachers Academy. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Goodbye and see you! Hi everyone! Hello, great learners! Welcome to another video of Homeroom Guidance Lesson. Again, I am Great Teacher Kate, and I welcome you once again to our great community. For more updates, do not forget to follow us on our online platforms. We are present both on YouTube and Facebook at the Great Teachers Academy. So for today's lesson, we are going to discuss about one's uniqueness and differences. So we will tackle on how to embrace this uniqueness and differences. So before we proceed, let's have this lesson objectives first. So at the end of this module, you are expected to, number 1, distinguish your own uniqueness and the characteristic of your immediate others. For example, family members. So how will you differ, or how will you distinguish your own uniqueness versus your family members? Say for example, ako, mas mahilig ako sa food na maaanghang while my mom hindi. So something like that. And then, number 2, identify action that show respect for individual differences as observed in family interaction. So anong ginagawa mong behavior, actions, or ways to show your respect na magkaiba ako at magkaiba din yung ugali namin sa family or even people in the community. And number 3, value the importance of good relationship and individual differences. So how are we going to accept these differences? And by accepting, paano ba natin ma-establish ang good relationship? Alright. So before we proceed to our formal discussion or to our lesson proper, let's have this quick and simple activity to test your prior knowledge. Okay? So let's try this. So we have this springboard. I have this instruction as well. But before we start, let me read the instruction first. So number 1, you have to copy the table below on a clean sheet of paper. So just copy this table. Then number 2, complete the table by writing your personal responses under column B. So for column B, it is your personal response. So ikaw lang to. And then number 3, interview at least 2 of your family members. So it can be your mom, dad, ate, kuya, or anyone in your household. So at least 2 family members. And then number 4, answering the processing question after accomplishing the table. So after this slide, we have another activity, which are processing questions. But before we proceed to that, we have to answer this table first. Okay? So I will give you time to answer this, but you can pause this video to have much time answering our springboard. Alright, timer start now. Alright, so now that we're done answering this table, let's have this processing question. So number 1, do you have the same answer as the other members of your family? What are these? So say for example, sa favorite food mo, pareho kayo ni mommy na sinigang. While si ate, iba yung favorite food niya. So those answers. And then number 2, how are you different from your family members? Just cite some examples. Say for example, we are different in terms of interest. Iba yung interest ko or hobbies ko. So, my interest can be paintings, while my mom is more of traveling kasi meron siyang budget for that. So, that's how you will do it for this one. Again, I will give you time to answer this. You may pause this video to have much time answering these processing questions. Okay, timer starts now. Alright, thank you for participating in our pre-assessment activity. Now, let's proceed to our formal discussion or formal lesson. Again, our topic is all about embracing uniqueness. So when you say uniqueness, ano ba to sa Tagalog? Uniqueness means katangi-tangi. Paano ka ba naiiba sa ibang tao? Okay? So, how are we going to respect uniqueness? So being unique is something that you can be proud of. So iba ako, ikaw ay naiiba sa akin, siya ay naiiba sa iyo, siya ay naiiba sa akin. Imagine if the people in your community have the same face. That would be a challenge to determine who you are interacting with. Sabihin na natin lahat ng tao, pantay-pantay ang height. Lahat ng tao, pareho ng buhok. Pareho ng gupit ng buhok. Pareho ng hugis ng mukha. Pareho ng tangos ng ilong. Lahat ng features ng mukha, pare-pareho. Paano mo nalalaman kung sino na si Teacher Kate? Kung sino na si friend mong si Brian, kung sino yung ate mong si Shaira. How will you distinguish your teacher to your family member? Hence, the uniqueness of each person serves them to be recognized by others. So, parang ano yan ay, matangkad, maputi, si Teacher Brian yan. Yung teacher ba na maikli yung buhok tapos lagi nakasalamin? Baka si Teacher Kate yan. So that's how you distinguish one person to another. And that's how they are become unique to each other. Okay? So that in that way, you can easily identify your friends through their faces, preferences, gestures, and expressions. Keeping this in mind, we learn how to respect their individuality and establish healthy relationship with them. So as we go through our discussion, matututunan natin kung paano natin rerespetuhin yung pagkakaiba ng bawat isa. Okay? So here are some practical and effective ways on how to show respect for others' uniqueness. So number 1, recognize individual differences. When we say individual differences, ito po yung pinagkaiba ng bawat tao. Ibig sabihin, ako po ay ibang tao compared sa'yo. Ako rin po ay ibang tao sa mom ko. Kahit nasa isang family kami, iba-iba kami. Iba-iba kami ng ugali, iba-iba kami ng preferences, iba-iba kami ng interests, ng hobbies, ng behavior. Kahit nasa isang genetic kami or isang family kami, we still differ to each other. So, say for example, ang hilig ko ay maaanghang na pagkain. Ang hilig ko ay mga kulay dilaw or mga bright colors. Say for example, bright colors, yellow, orange, ano pa bang bright colors? Pink. So, those are the bright colors. And then, for example, yung mom ko, mahilig naman siya sa dark colors. So, it can be blue, green, violet. So, that's how you recognize individual differences. Kaya pala lahat ng gamit niya or ng mga dala-dala niya or even her clothes, puro dark colors. Kasi, yun pala yung favorite niyang color. Yun pala yung preference niya. Ang preference niya sa mga dark colors. So, it says here that as we interact with other people, we tend to compare and differentiate our personality traits, characteristic, and behavior from others. Say for example, kasama ko palagi yung friend ko. Ako, hindi ako mahilig sa ganitong movies. Mas drama yung gusto ko. And then yung friend ko, mas comedy naman. That's how you differentiate or compare yourself to other people. And by comparing and by differentiating, we easily identify or we easily understand kung bakit ganito ang kinikilos ng isang tao. Kaya pala mas binibili niyang or mas pinapanood niya sa Netflix mga sitcom or mga horror movies kasi yun pala yung favorite niya. Mas into that genre siya. Okay? So that's how you understand or value individual differences, because once you value and understand differences, you're able or you are becoming aware of person's actions, beliefs, and behavior. And by accepting these differences, it will help in establishing healthy relationship. Kasi once you accept the differences of each other, mas maiintindihan mo yung tao. And with that, meron kayong healthy relationship kasi handa kayo mag-compromise sa isa't isa. Next is to empathize. So when we say empathize, we see others' perspective, we recognize others without judgment, and understand others' feeling. Showing empathy can help you identify the needs of others, building emotional connection, and establishing meaningful relationship. So when we empathize, hindi lang natin tinitignan kung ano yung mahalaga sa atin, hindi lang natin tinitignan kung ano yung paniniwala natin, hindi tayo one-sided or hindi tayo biased. Tinitignan din natin or iniintindi din natin kung ano yung nakikita ng iba, kung ano yung perspective nila, kung ano yung point of view nila sa ganitong bagay. And we have to remember, by empathizing, wala po itong judgment. Na after mong tignan, ay ganun pala siya, ayoko na sa kanya. Hindi po yun empathizing. Hindi siya a way to show, hindi siya way of showing respect or of embracing uniqueness, but it's more of judging one's belief or one's behavior. Okay? Again, when you empathize, you always see others' perspective. And by seeing, it's not just by seeing, but also by understanding this. Because once understood, you are already building emotional connection and establishing meaningful relationships. Next, speak with kindness. So when we say speak with kindness, we are showing what kindness is. Say for example, it says here that proper communication is essential in showing respect for others. The best way to communicate is through our words and action. So when we say words and action, we do what we say. Hindi lang siya say, palaging may kasamang do. So for example, ang sasabihin ko, I will show some kindness today. Pero ang ginawa mo lang naman, humiga, kumain, hindi mo kinausap si friend mo, hindi mo inintindi or inaccept si friend mo on her situation or on dealing with her problems. Hindi siya aligned sa actions mo. So your words should be aligned with your actions. Ibig sabihin, kung ano yung sinabi mo, yun din yung gagawin mo. Same with actions. When we say, kapag actions naman, vice versa, kung ano yung ginagawa mo, you also have to communicate it. Kasi may mga taong hindi nila nagagets agad or hindi nila naiintindihan kung ano yung ginagawa mo. Meaning, you have to be clear on your intention na ginagawa ko to kasi gusto kong maintindihan mo na naiintindihan kita. Or gusto kong malaman mo na naiintindihan kita na ito yung pinagkaiba natin. So that's how you communicate your actions. Again, it is very, very important to understand how to speak with kindness. And it also says here that before we speak, we also know how to listen. Meaning, hindi lang po puro salita, kundi meron ding pakikinig. Hindi lang pagsasalita, meron ding pakikinig. Kasi alam mo din dapat kung paano makinig. Hindi ka lang puro sabi ng sabi, ganito ako, ganito, ganyan. Meron ka rin dapat pakinggan. Kailangan mo rin pakinggan yung side ng iba. Hindi lang dapat side mo. Okay? Next is promote positivity. So positive words and actions can influence the quality of our relationship. Remember the use of words of appreciation, gratitude, and encouragement, and show actions like smiling, nodding, or tapping the shoulder to show affirmation. So, if you're familiar with love language, one of the love languages is words of affirmation. So when we say words of affirmation, ito yung mga words na ginagamit para ma-affirm mo yung isang tao. Meaning, para ma-encourage mo, para ma-uplift mo yung nararamdaman nila, para malaman nila na appreciate mo siya. So by promoting positivity, you're already accepting or recognizing who she is or who he is. Lagi, nai-influensyahan niya yung quality of your relationship. Okay? Next is express personal thoughts and feelings in an appropriate manner. So, as people have different ways on how we express our thoughts and feelings. So, some people express her thoughts by talking to their family, talking to their teachers or friends, while some express their thoughts by having a personal journal, by writing, by drawing, by painting. So may kanya-kanya tayong way kung paano natin ine-express yung feelings natin and yung thoughts natin. So maybe ikaw, as students, or as a person, mas gusto mong sinusulat yung feelings mo on a sheet of paper kasi mas gumagaan yung pakiramdam mo. And then, next is care to show compassion. Caring to show compassion is also showing respect for others. So, when we say compassion, when you say you're being compassionate, you're also showing respect to others. So, by that, it is by being a friend to anyone or to everyone. So, ibig sabihin, you're a good listener, you show good example, you are being concerned of the welfare of your friend or others, and of course, providing support during the times of difficulty. So, nandyan ka palagi. Every time na kailangan niya ng support, ng help, ng guidance, or every time na kailangan niya ng someone to vent out, nandyan ka para makinig. So, by that, you are already being compassionate. And then the last one is treating everyone with sincerity. So, by treating everyone, it means you're being honest in your actions and words. And we can show that by keeping our promises. So, kung ano yung sinabi mo, you should always keep it. And of course, kailangan align ulit sa actions mo kung ano yung sinasabi mo. And by also giving honest comments, being consistent in our behavior, and accepting our personal limitation. However, sabi dito, we need to be mindful on how we express our sincerity to still emphasize our good intention. Meron kasing tao sa sobrang sincere niya, hindi na na-emphasize yung good intention, but mas nakakasakit kasi sobrang prangka ka na or sobrang totoo niya na. Hindi naman mali na maging totoo or magpakatotoo sa tao as long as na-emphasize mo kung bakit mo siya sinasabi sa kanya. Na, uy friend, sinasabi ko lang to kasi maganda yung intention ko ha, hindi ko gustong masaktan ka. But ang intention ko is to really help you or to really guide you in your actions or in your response. So yon, okay? That's how you are being sincere to everyone. Alright, I think that's all for the discussion. Now let's have this simple post-assessment. Okay, so the instruction is to choose a word from the box below and give an example on how you're going to use it to promote respect for individual differences and healthy relationship. Just have to write your answer on a clean sheet of paper. So we have this word in the box. So we have respectful, helpful, thoughtful, cheerful, approachable, honest, resourceful, energetic, organized, creative, focused, and calm. Just have to choose a word from this box. Again, you may pause this video so I can give you much time answering this post assessment. Okay, timer starts now. Alright. We're done with our post-assessment. Now let's have time to reflect uh, time to reflect. So I have this quotation. It says here that embracing uniqueness is the key to transforming relationships. So what does it mean? So again, everyone is unique in their own ways. I am unique. My friend is unique. But given that my friend is unique, I also recognize our differences. Ako, mahilig ako sa maanghang. Si friend, mahilig sa normal food, sa salty food. Ako, ang preference ko sa movie, more of comedy. Si friend, ang genre niya is more of sci-fi. Ako, mahilig ako sa bright colors, si friend, dark colors. But despite those differences, despite those similarities, we always see our perspective or different perspective and belief. And we recognize these beliefs or perspective. And by recognizing, it means embracing, accepting. And now, ako and si friend, we are already friends for already 5 years. So what does it mean? Once you accept one's differences or one's similarities, you are already establishing or building relationship in that one. That's why embracing uniqueness is the key to transforming relationships. There you go. Now we are done with our lesson. Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope to see you again in my next video classes. Once again, I am Great Teacher Kate. If you love what we have discussed today, please have a comment or please leave a comment, for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired in sharing lessons in our great community. Again, for more updates, you can follow us on YouTube and Facebook at the Great Teachers Academy. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easier to understand. Goodbye and see you! Hello, my great learners. How's everyone? I hope that everyone is doing just fine. I am Great Teacher Kate, and welcome to our great community. For more updates about our great community, you may follow us on our social media platforms. We are present both on Facebook and YouTube at the Great Teachers Academy. Again, welcome to our great community, my dearest learners. For today's learning session, I will be discussing how to level up and improve your study habits. I know that studying can be hard sometimes, but the good news is that anybody can develop good study habits to make studying more effective, efficient, and enjoyable. So here are our goals and objectives for today's learning session. So at the end of this module, you are expected to, number 1, discuss your practices of effective study habits. Here, I want you, my dearest great learners, to share with me your current study habits. So does this include, for example, taking breaks or studying with a group, or does your habit include something as simple as rewarding yourself? Okay? And then number 2, identify different ways in improving your study habits. As we go through with the discussion later on, we will also identify the different ways on how to improve these routines, because having these good habits or study habits can give you the right motivation to study hard. And lastly, of course, improve your study habits plan. That's our end goal talaga in this discussion. So before we formally start our discussion, let me just test your prior knowledge by having this quick and simple activity. Okay, let me just read the instruction first. So the instruction is to put a check in the yes column if you are already practicing the habit routine or the study habit, and then know if you don't. But before anything else, I want you to get a piece of paper first and a ball pen or pencil with you, then copy this table. Okay, so the following statements presented in your screen are all statement or some of the study habits. Okay, so you may pause the video so that you may have much time to answer our springboard. Okay, I will be clicking the timer now. Okay. Timer starts now. Alright, so now that you have already identified your current study habits or routines with that simple activity, I want you, my dearest great learners, to process this question showing on your screen. So I have these questions presented on your screen. So number 1, based on your answers above, what did you realize regarding your study habits? And then number 2, how do you feel about it? Are you happy with your habits? Are you a little bit sad kasi may mga habits na hindi ganun nakaka-clean sa'yo? Are you already contented with your current habits? Feeling mo effective na to to be successful in school? Or are you worried? And then I want you to tell why. Bakit mo nasabing happy ka with your current study habits? Bakit mo nasabing malungkot ka, worried, or contented? Again, I will be clicking the timer. Then you may pause the video so that you may have much time to answer these questions. Alright? Timer starts now. Okay, there you go. Thank you, class, for participating in this simple activity. Now, let's proceed with our lesson. It's okay. As mentioned in our previous slide, our lesson is all about improving or leveling up your study habits. You have to remember, class, that for you to become successful student or in life in general, you must learn, practice, or develop a skill first. Kailangan mo ng skill. Say, for example, if you want to be a chef or a cook or a good chef or a good cook, you have to master what it takes to be one. So what does a chef needs to practice or develop in order to cook good food? Ano bang kailangan kong gawin para magaling ako na chef? Same goes to a swimmer whose goal is to win a competition. What are the habits or routine he or she needs to practice in order to win the competition? So, ano bang kailangan kong gawin para maging good swimmer ako? Para makuha ko yung trophy? Para mauwi ko yung medal? And of course, as students, we all want to be a successful student in school. And that also requires a high level of study skills. And once we develop such skills, the job of studying and learning will become easier and smarter. Meaning, once na meron ka ng good study habits when it comes to school or learning, hindi na magiging mahirap ang pag-aaral or ang pag-study. Alright? So, let me give you some tips or pointers to remember on how to level up your study habits. So, here are some pointers to level up our study habits. Number 1, know what your dominant learning style is. So, we all have different learning style. So, when we say learning style, this refers to how an individual is able to learn and remember information. So we have different learning style. Number 1 learning style is a visual learners. Me, si Teacher Kate, I categorize myself as a visual learner kasi I learn best in seeing and showing. Meaning, mas natututo ako kapag nakikita ko ang isang bagay. So, visual learners prefer the use of, for example, images, maps, and graphic organizer to access and understand new information. So kapag may visuals, may pictures, may maps, mas natutunan ko, mas madali sa akin matutunan ng isang bagay. So that's how visual learners learn best. Okay? Second, auditory learners. So auditory learners choose verbal instruction. So if si visual learners, mas natututo siya kapag nakikita niya yung isang bagay, si auditory learners naman, they learn best from hearing and speaking. Okay? So they tend to engage easily in conversation. So they understand new content through listening, speaking, in situations so such as, for example, lectures, group discussion. So dun mas natututo si auditory learners. And then the last one is the tactile kinesthetic learners. So tactile kinesthetic learners prefer being physically engaged in the learning process. Meaning, this type of learners best learn through experiencing and doing. Mas gusto nila involved physically. So it can be dancing, it can be painting, it can be drama, role-playing. So that's how they learn. So among these three learners, which one are you? Okay? So again, let's know our learning style. Kasi once you know your learning style, you will know how to adapt. Alam mo na kung paano mo aaralin, kung saan ka mas magiging effective. Okay, as a student. Number 2, create a SMART goals. So SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So what does this mean? So when we say SMART, when we say specific, yung S sa SMART, you have to be specific or clear about your goal. Ano bang gusto mong i-accomplish? Ano ba yung goal ko? That's how you categorize specific goal. So for example, I will give you an example. For this year, I really want to be active in extracurricular activities. So that's how you being specific or clear with your goal. Number 2, next letter is M. So M stands for measurable. So when we say measurable goal, you can already track your progress and stay motivated. So for example, how much goal do I want to accomplish? Or how many goals do I want to accomplish this year? That's how it works. It's measurable. Kasi when you can measure your goals, magiging motivated ka. Like for example, this week I only accomplished 3 goals out of 5. So I still have 2 more goals to accomplish. And ikaw, syempre, mamamotivate ka pa, natapusin pa yung natitirang 2 goals. So that's measurable. Letter A, the next letter, is achievable or attainable. Again, you have to be realistic and attainable to be successful. In other words, kahit sobrang hirap niya para sa'yo, kahit sobrang challenging niya para sa'yo, to make that goal, to achieve that goal, it should still be possible. Dapat posible pa rin mangyari. So, when we say achievable goals, dapat yung mga questions na yan are, how can I accomplish this goal? Ano yung possible distraction or challenging factors na pwede kong kaharapin when you finish this goal or when you want to make this goal attainable. So that's how achievable or attainable means. And the next letter is R, and R means relevant. So when you say relevant, how you ensure that your goal matters to you. importante dapat ang goal na ito. So, kasi, syempre, kapag relevant siya sa'yo and importante siya sa'yo, mas mamamotivate ka na tapusin or i-complete yung goal na to. And the last letter would be time-bound. So when we say time-bound, you have to have a deadline to focus on something or to work toward. So for example, gusto ko by 6 months, done na, tapos na. Gusto ko by 6 weeks from now, tapos ko na yung goal na yun, accomplish ko na. So that's how you define time-bound. So again, you have to create a SMART, meaning specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. Number 3, make your study time a part of your routine. Know which time of the day you learn well. So when we say a part of your routine, hindi na siya mawawala sa'yo. Araw-araw mo na siyang gagawin. Okay, merong what do you call this? Merong consistency. Meaning, hindi lang siya Monday, Tuesday. Hindi lang siya Friday, Saturday. So, merong part, nagiging part na siya ng routine mo. So let's say, for example, MWF, I will study math, science. PTH, I will study English, Filipino. So that's how you make your study time part of your routine. And then the last one is to establish your study zone. Use gadgets like laptops, cell phones, and tablets wisely. So we have here the word wisely. So when we say wisely, hindi po natin gagamitin ang mga gadgets na to for gaming. So we are using these gadgets for studying. We always make sure na kapag study lang, study lang. Walang Netflix, walang Facebook, walang Mobile Legends. We always want to establish our study zone. No distractions. Okay? So now that you are in 8th grade, you have to remember this. Again, just to summarize what I have discussed in the previous slides. Number 1, set clear academic goals for this year. Remember that. You just have to be specific of what you really want to achieve this year. Number 2, identify your effective study habits that were proven helpful. So you can get your targets straight. So pag feeling mo tong habit na to nakakatulong sa sarili mo, then you have to list it down and recall. Tapos gawin mo ulit. Practice it and then develop. Number 3, if na-identify mo na yung effective study habits, then you will also identify the ineffective study habits that were proven to be bad. Kasi, syempre, hindi na natin yun uulitin. Kasi hindi na siya negative yung impact niya sa'yo. So, you have to remove that habits in your routine. And then number 4, add study habit practices which you think are lacking. For instance, having a regular area or space to set up your modules, notebooks, and other materials. So feeling mo if meron ka pang naiisip na habits na you think is beneficial for you or helpful, then you can add that on your routine. And number 5, if feeling mo mas mamotivate ka when displaying your achievements or your completions, then go on, do it, i-display mo sa study area mo as a reminder for you to do it all the time. Alright. I think I have discussed with you clearly our topic for today. Now that you have learned something new today, let's have this post-assessment. Again, I am encouraging my dearest great learners to get a piece of paper and ballpen or pencil with you to answer this post-assessment. So let me read first the instruction. So since you have already revised your study plan, assuming that you have already revised, what will be your next step to make sure that your plan will be realized? So I have this questions or incomplete sentences. I just have you to complete these sentences with your plan. Okay? So again, you may pause this video so that you may have much time to answer our test. Okay? Timer starts now. All right. And then for the next test, we have second part. The next test is the question is, what are the 3 possible problems which might block or makakahadlang in Tagalog the application of your plan and improve your study habits? Ano siguro yung magiging distraction na pwede mong makita when you are practicing your study habits? And then number 2, how will you deal with this problem? So we have problem sa first column, and then sa second column we have the solution. Again, what could block your habits, your good study habits, and then how will you deal with these problems? Again, you may pause this video so that you may have much time to answer our test. Timer starts now. Alright, thank you for answering this activity. Okay, let's now have this time to reflect on our discussion for today. So I have this question for you, my great learners. Now that you have identified different ways to improve your study habits, how does having these plans will affect you as a student and as a person? So, sa tingin mo, how will these study habits or routines will affect you as a student and as a person? In my opinion, as your great teacher, my great learners, having habits will determine your future. Once a new habit is well developed, it becomes your normal behavior already. Say for example, I have this goal and I really want to achieve this goal. And for you to achieve this goal, you have to practice or develop these good habits. And once these habits develop, practice, learned, then hindi na siya magiging problema na ma-achieve yung goal mo. Kasi motivated ka na eh. Focus ka na dun sa goal. So, yeah, having good habits, study habits, kahit hindi yan study habits, kahit routines yan, day-to-day routines, it will give you motivation to be a better person every day. Alright, there you go. Now we are done with our lesson. Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope to see you again in my next video classes. Once again, I am Teacher Kate. If you love what we have discussed today, please leave a comment, for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing lessons in our great community. Again, for more updates, follow us on our online platforms at the Great Teacher Academy. Make sure to stay tuned. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Goodbye and see you!
Hello, my dearest great learners. Welcome to our great community. How are you today? I hope everyone is doing just fine. Again, I am Great Teacher Kate, and welcome to our great community. For you to be updated, do not forget to follow us on our online platforms. We are present both on Facebook and on YouTube at the Great Teachers Academy. So for today's lesson, we will discuss how self-control matters to our family and in our community. So we will discuss how can we be better as an individual and people in the community. So before we start, let me discuss with you first the lesson objectives for today. So at the end of the module, you are expected to Number 1, identify the different ways on how to help the family and community. So at your age, ano na ba yung pwede mong gawin to help your family, your parents, your brothers and sisters, and even individuals or people in the community? Number 2, demonstrate self-control as a responsible member of the family and the community in the current situation. So we will tackle more about self-control or self-discipline, what it is all about, and why it is important factor as an individual or as a student. Number 3, assess the different changes as an adolescent in terms of abilities and potential. So as we grow older, nakikita naman natin na meron tayong changes physically, not only physically, but also emotionally. So we will tackle or we will discuss more about the abilities and potential as an adolescent. Number 4, determine the areas or situation where the similarities and differences could be of great help. So when we say similarities and differences, we have to be mindful na hindi lang the negative, but it has also great impact. So again, we will discuss the similarities and differences as we go through the discussion later on. And lastly, appreciate the role of the familial duties in building relationships with family members. So as we go through our discussion later, marirealize mo or ma-appreciate mo na ito na pala yung role ko when it comes to my family and when it comes to the community. So, there you go. Alright, so before we proceed to our discussion for today's lesson, let me have this quick and simple activity that we will answer. So, here's the activity. So, let me read the instructions first before we proceed. So, the instruction is to recall situations from your younger years where you started helping your family and community. Then you just have to list down the help that you have been rendering since that age. So you just have to copy this table on a sheet of paper and then just write your answers there. So I have here examples. So the age here that I have indicated is 5 to 8 years old. So at this age, from 5 to 8 years old, the activity or the help that I've been rendering is or are, number 1, watering the plants, washing the dishes, running errands, throwing garbage properly. Then when it comes to community, I work on community projects and then volunteering in tree planting activities. So this is what you will do. You just have to indicate your age when you started helping in the family and community. And then on the column 2, we have to indicate or list down this help that you've been rendering in the family and community. So again, I will be giving time to answer this activity, but you may pause this video so you have much time to answer this springboard. Alright? So timer starts now. Okay, that's it. I hope you have already answered this table. So we still have another activity to answer or to process. So I have here some questions to process or to reflect on. So you just have to answer again this question on a sheet of paper. So number 1 question, what do you notice on the things that you have done and currently doing in your family and community? Can you cite the similarities and differences? So may pinagkaiba ba yung help or yung activity na nire-render mo when it comes to your family and to the community? Then you just have to cite the differences and the similarities. And then number 2, what makes such similarities and differences? Again, we have time to practice this question, and then you may pause this video so you have much time to answer this. Timer starts now. Alright, now that we have already test your prior knowledge about our discussion, let's proceed to our lesson proper. Okay, Okay, so let me. Okay, so again, our discussion is all about how self-control or self-discipline matters to our family and community. So let's learn this together. Okay, so steps to self-discipline. So self-discipline is defined as an ability to take control of yourself. So when we say self-discipline, you are on top of everything, particularly your behavior, your emotions, and your impulses. Because when you are not on top of this, madali kang magiging irrational on your behavior. Say for example, wala kang discipline when it comes to your gadgets, when it comes to eating. So ang negative effect nun probably is pwede kang number one, overweight because non-stop yung eating mo eh. Wala kang discipline when it comes to eating eh. Number two, pwedeng mapabayaan yung pag-aaral mo dahil sobra ka naman sa gadget. So that's how, that are the negative impact or negative effects when you are not on top of yourself or when you do not practice self-discipline or self-control. So it says here that it takes time to develop self-discipline and it requires certain levels of awareness to fully understand how it works. This is correct. Because hindi lang siya nangyayari or nagpa-process in one day. Nangyayari siya over time. Matagal ang pagkakaroon ng self-discipline or self-control. Kasi you have to be aware of something. Merong required level of awareness. Kailangan mo maintindihan na kapag napasobra ka sa isang bagay, maaaring merong itong negatibong epekto sa sarili mo. Hindi lang sa sarili mo, pati na rin sa mga taong nakapaligid sa'yo. Posible na ito yung parents mo, yung relatives mo, or yung mga tao sa community. One important thing that you must learn is how to control your emotions. Again, when you have self-discipline or self-control, you are top of everything, particularly your emotions, behavior, and impulses. Again, it is important to control your emotions in dealing with different situations in your family and community because self-discipline could mean being on top of your emotions, and the best way to do it is to learn them first. So, again, learning your emotions is yung first step to have to practice or to develop self-discipline. So most of the time, emotions direct people's action or behavior, meaning meron siyang anchor. Say for example, when you're happy, meron tong anchor na behavior. Say for example, when you're happy, of course, you tend to smile. You can do simple acts of celebration, or you can even talk to your family or friends about it. And then when you're sad naman, ang behavior mo naman doon is you tend to isolate yourself from people. Nilalagay mo sarili mo sa ibang tao kasi malungkot ka. So that's why it goes hand in hand with behavior. So emotion goes hand in hand with behavior. So I have here the sentence that humans react based on how we feel. Is this correct? Yes, this is correct. Humans always react based on how they feel. So managing emotions is a good skill which forms part of self-discipline. Again, as I mentioned earlier, once you are on top of your emotions or once you have control with your emotions, then it can develop or manage good self-discipline or self-control. So here are some pointers to manage your emotions well. Number one, recognize your emotions. Be mindful on how you feel on a certain situation. So for instance, what do you feel about going to school? Maybe some of you can relate. What do you feel about going to school? What do you feel about doing the dishes or cleaning your room? So you have to recognize those emotions because, again, it is important for you to differentiate your thoughts from emotions. Here we say that thoughts are usually ideas while emotions are feelings. Okay? Once you have already recognized your emotions, you have to name these emotions. So ano ba ang tawag sa emotions? So when you're familiar with Inside Out, there are different emotions that are being discussed there in that movie. And then those emotions are named as happy, sad, angry, upset. So, diba? That's how we also name our emotions as well. Kasi, so say for example, what do you feel about going to school? Is your emotion sad? Or do you feel happy about it? Do you feel excited about it? Or do you feel anxious about it? So that's how we name your emotions. Next one is to describe the intensity of your emotion. So it is important to know how your emotion looks like or sound like. So people say that we are not supposed to make decisions at the height of our emotions. Why? Say for example, galit ka or sobrang naiinis ka sa friend mo. Sa sobrang galit ka o sobrang inis mo doon sa kaibigan mo or doon sa best friend mo, you said something na nakaka-hurt na hindi mo naman sinasadya. Right? So that's how and nasabi mo yon only because wala kang control, wala kang discipline, or you are not on top of your emotion. Another thing, when you are happy, so sobrang saya mo, ang dami mong pinangakuan, ang dami mong binake na promises na, for example, ang happy ko today kasi perfect score ako. I will treat you something outside. I will treat you, for example, McDonald's, Jollibee. So there. Tinreat mo siya ng food. So ayun, you are able to make promises because of your emotion, pero hindi mo naman pala gagawin. So again, it is important to know your emotions, how your emotions looks like or sound like. Number 4, try to understand what your emotion is telling you as it gives you clues or messages. Appreciate how and why you felt it and if it needs certain action. For instance, if you feel angry, do you need to act on it or can you just feel and let it go after? So when we say trying to understand your emotion, may mga emotions kasi na kailangan talagang nag-act on it para mawala or para mag-let go. Parang you have to confront something or someone para yung emotions mo mag-heal. And then meron namang mga tao na they just want to accept it and get over it. Na hindi na nila papansin na they are already feeling that emotion. So again, you have to understand what your emotion is kasi your emotion will give you messages or clues kung ano ba dapat yung gawin. Alright. Another pointer to remember is to take time to be with your emotion and try to not to make it cloud your ideas. Again, remember your thoughts and feelings are two different things though they are interconnected. So, kailangan mong i-set aside kung ano ba yung iniisip mo sa nararamdaman mo. Kasi kapag naghalo-halo yan, hindi mo na alam kung yung ginagawa mo ba ay emotion mo na ba yun, feelings mo na ba yun, or these are still thoughts. Okay? Alright. So now that we have learned something, let's have this post-assessment. Again, you can just get a piece of paper with you or a ball and a pencil or a ball. So let me read the instructions first before we proceed. So choose a family or household member and try to compare your responses on the following situation. So you can write your answers again on a clean piece of paper following the template below. So I have here 3 different columns. The first column, we have different situations reflected on your screen, and then you is your response, and then the other person is the other person's response. You just have to list it down here. So for example, number 1, the situation is to the number of COVID-19 cases is increasing in your barangay. So you just have to indicate here your response or your emotions or your feeling about the situation. So you can write here that I am anxious, I am scared that I can get COVID-19 virus because the cases is increasing in our barangay. So something like that. So again, I will be giving much time to answer this activity. But again, you can pause this video so that you have much time to answer it. Alright, timer starts now. Alright. Okay, we have this another part. So let me read the instruction first. So based on your answers in the previous part of the module or on the previous slide, try to analyze how you responded on the different situations. Can you say that you're in control of your emotions? Would your responses be the same if you were only 12 years old? And then write your answers on a piece of paper in essay form. So you will write your answer in essay form, at least 3 to 4 paragraphs. Again, you may pause this video so you have much time to answer this post-assessment question. Timer starts now. Alright, I hope everyone is already done with done answering the post-assessment question. Okay, so let's have this time to reflect. So why is it important to practice self-discipline in the school, family, and community? So what do you think, why is it important? Why do you think it is important to practice self-discipline and self-control? So for me, coming from your great teacher, Kate, it is important because your emotions, your behaviors, and your impulses will affect the people around you. Kasi kahit positive man yan or negative, it will affect the people around you in the community, in your family, and in school. Say for example, galit ka, and sobrang galit mo, nagwala ka, or in-isolate mo yung sarili mo sa ibang tao. Remember that it will affect your family. So, anong mararamdaman nila? Ano yung magiging reaction nila with that behavior, with that emotion, or with that impulses? Maaari silang maapektuhan nito only because you are not on top of your emotions or on top of your behavior. That's why it is important to have self-discipline or self-control. Kasi once you are not on top of this, then you have to be accountable. Kasi kailangan mong maging accountable kapag may mga impulses ka or itong mga behavior na to nag-result to negative impact or negative influence. Alright? So, there you go. Now we are done with our lesson. Thank you for listening, my great learners. I hope to see you again in my next video classes. Once again, I am great teacher Kate. If you love what we have discussed, please leave a comment and I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing our lessons in our great community. Again, for more updates, follow us on our online platforms at the Great Teachers Academy. Make sure to stay tuned. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Goodbye and see you.
Hello everyone, how are you? I hope everyone is doing just fine. Welcome to another video of Homeroom Guidance Lesson. Once again, I am Teacher Kate and welcome to our great community. For you to be updated, do not forget to follow us on our online platforms. We are present on Facebook and YouTube at The Great Teachers Academy. So for today, we will be discussing how to be mindful with our influencers. So I know maybe some of you are familiar with the word influencers. So we have these bloggers or influencers whom we followed on Instagram, YouTube, or kahit TikTok pa nga, diba? So those are some of influencers I know na kilala niyo na. So for today, we are expected to, let me just discuss to you our objectives for today's lesson. Number 1, explain the influence of family, peers, significant persons, media, socioeconomic status, and other aspects in choosing SHS track and strand. So, as we go through with our discussion, pag-aaralan natin or i-discuss natin kung paano nga ba nakaka-apekto ang family or our parents, peers, significant person, and others when we are choosing our career path or route. And of course, when choosing our strand na gusto natin. Number 2, recognize the relevance of the different factors in choosing your SHS track and strand. So we will also discuss bakit ba kailangan natin pag-aralan to? Ano ba yung, paano ba siya magiging beneficial for us? And of course, number 3, value the benefits of an informed choice of SHS track and strand. So ano nga ba yung benefits or advantage when you are informed with your choices? Alright. So our lesson, once again, is all about being mindful with our influencers. So there are people that you come across with who may have a great impact on the way you see yourself in the future, and you may consider them as significant persons. So for example, may mga tao talaga tayong nakikilala or nakakasalumuha. Hindi lang sa bahay, hindi lang sa community. It can be outside the school, it can be your friends, it can be your friend's mom, it can be your tutors if you have, it can be your counselors. These people may have a great impact to you. It can be negative or it can be positive. These people can be your role model. Meaning, kung ano sila, kung ano yung ginagawa nila, hinahangaan mo yung ginagawa nila. And this admiration can be beneficial to you, especially when you choose your SHS strand or track. So again, as mentioned, they could be anyone who would make you pursue the best version of yourself or your future self. So again, it can be a guidance counselor, teacher, neighbor, community leader, and others. So your family, as mentioned, may become your influence in choosing your career. Your parents and other relatives may create an impact on the kind of work you would want in the future. Say, for example, all members in the family are all engineering, or are all engineers, or teachers, or doctors. So that factor or that can be a consideration when you take your career path or when you choose your SHS strand. Kasi possible na pwede ka ring maging isang magaling na engineer, doctor, or teacher. Your friends or peers may also influence you in making a career choice. Say for example, lahat ng friends mo mahilig sa arts, and you really also want to become part of that organization or or that circle, pwede rin siyang maka-influensya ng iyong choice. Or meron ding tinatawag na peer pressure, which hindi ganun ka-positive pakinggan only because ginagawa mo lang isang bagay dahil ginagawa ito ng mga kaibigan mo. Number 3, media can also provide career information that can be found in different platforms. Here in social media, you can acquire information on different careers in relation to your track or interest. Again, I believe online media platforms are already reachable kasi they are there eh. Meron ka lang gadgets, meron ka lang mobile data or internet, you can already access this information. But again, you have to be mindful na hindi lahat ng nakikita natin online and on other media platforms are true or are factual. So we still have to fact check this information when accessing or when acquiring it. And lastly, the socioeconomic status of the family really plays a vital influence on career choice. Again, you may have this field or interest na gusto mong pasukin talaga, but hindi pwede only because the financial capacity of the family to send you to that course ay hindi ganon ka-establish. Meaning, possible na hindi kaya ni parent or hindi kaya ni magulang na papasukin ka on that course kasi sobrang mahal ng tuition or hindi niya kayang mag-provide ng mga tools or gadgets na kakailanganin doon sa course na yon. So, socioeconomic status really plays a significant role when choosing a strand. So, this can be a deciding factor. But I think or I want to believe that socioeconomic status is an uncontrolled variable already. Meaning kapag nandyan na, yan na talaga. You just have to accept it. Versus family, wherein magbibigay lang sila ng opinions, ng statements nila, or ng beliefs nila na, okay, go with engineering, or okay, go with business management, kasi lahat ng parents mo, relatives mo, are all there in that path. So, might as well, yun na din yung kunin mo. But again, it is your choice. It is your choice or it is your free will naman to really choose what you want. And of course, sa friends or peers, hindi naman pwedeng sila ang mag-decide para sa'yo. It is your choice as well. And for media, of course, hindi naman lahat ng sinasabi nila online or kung ano man yung pinaprovide nilang information ay kailangan mong i-consume. Kasi it is your accountability or responsibility to really look for that factual information about in relation to your course or strand. And ayun nga, yung socioeconomic status, this really play a vital role when it comes to choosing your career path. So here are just some practical tips to guide you in making sense of those influencers. So number 1 is understand yourself. It is really important to understand yourself because ikaw, sarili mo ang gagawa ng final say or ikaw yung magdedesisyon ng para sa'yo. You try to identify what you really want, what you are good at, or your interests. Kasi ito yung magagamit mo. Dito ka magle-leverage. Dito ka magka-capitalize. Because, for example, your interests are on arts or on paintings. So, yung strand mo, it can be on fine arts or anything related to arts. Or kung magaling ka naman sa numbers, or kung magaling ka naman sa mag-memorize ng formula or equations, then might as well baka mag-excel ka when it comes to mathematics. So, that's how you understand yourself. Number 2 is always ask help and guidance from the right people. Hindi maling manghingi ng tulong, especially if that help will really benefit you in the future. So, it is better to ask guidance from other people, and these other people should be the people close to you. So it can be your teachers, your parents, or your sisters or brothers. Help yourself to be informed. Read or watch informative programs or sources. Again, meron namang online sources tayo. We have social media, we have Google, we have online journals that will really help us in choosing our SHS trend. But what we need to do is to be really mindful of this information because not all information posted online are factual or real. And of course, consider the pros and cons. We have to weigh this. Palagi to, kung ito bang strand na to ay magbe-benefit tayo or kung ito bang strand na to ay hindi magbe-benefit para sa atin. So again, we have to weigh what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages. Because again, as what is presented on your screen, you are the most affected person by your choice because it pertains to your future path. Say for example, pinili mo tong strand na to only because all of your friends are here. So again, you have to weigh. Kapag bumagsak ako sa scores na to or sa strand na to, tutulungan ba ako ni friend? May time pa ba siyang tulungan ako? So that's how you weigh it. That's how you gauge or measure your the pros and the cons. All right, so that's all. Now that we have learned something, let's have this post-assessment. Okay, so you just have to copy and complete the sentence below. So on a sheet of paper, you just have to complete this sentence. So for example, my greatest influence on career pathing right now is, for example, on my end, is my mom. And it leads me to consider teaching as my possible SH track and strand choice. So that's how will you do it. So again, I have here a timer on the side. So if you want to have much time to answer this question, you can just pause the video. So timer starts now. All right. So let's have this time or to reflect on what we have learned today or on what we have discussed today. So what thoughts come to mind about SHS life? What feeling does it give you? How do you intend to prepare yourself for that? So, to answer this question, back in my senior high school or in my high school years, I think high school year was the best time in my life because I really have a unforgettable or memorable experience back in high school. I failed. I become successful in some of activities. I failed in some exams. I fell in love with my first crush. So SHS life is really exciting, and you just have to make the most out of it. So what feeling does it give you? You can really be excited, and of course at the same time you can really be nervous because possible na hindi ka pa decided on what strand you are really into. Possible na hindi mo pa rin alam kung ano yung gusto mong gawin. But that's okay. As long as you are still exploring, hindi ka titigil. As long as you explore all the time and you understand yourself. As mentioned kanina sa previous slide natin, it is important to really understand yourself. So how do you intend to prepare yourself for that? Again, as what mentioned in the previous slides, kailangan nating maging prepared. It is important to ask guidance from others. And like me, I really do ask for someone's advice kasi it will really affect me. And of course, ensure that these people are really close to you and these are the right people talaga. So, there you go. Now that we are done with our lesson, I want to thank you, my great learners, for listening once again to my video class. I hope to see you again in my next video classes. Once again, I am Great Teacher Kate. If you love what we have discussed, please leave a comment for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing my lessons in our great community. Again, for more updates, you may follow us online at the Great Teachers Academy, so stay tuned. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. See you and goodbye.
Hello, grade 9 students! This is our homeroom guidance class, first quarter, lesson 1, My Study Habits. To our dearest great learners, I am great teacher Alvin Boots, and welcome to our great community. Expect to have fun, engaging, and amazing lesson for today. Asahan, meron tayong makabuluhang matututunan na magagamit sa pang-araw-araw nating buhay. For you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teacher Academy. The title of our lesson for today is My Study Habits. Additionally, here are good study habits for students that you can use, especially at this time of pandemic, to enhance your study habit practices. Number 1, know what learning method best works for you. So guys, ano ba yung learning method na mas suitable para sa akin? Yun, gamitin mo yun, maximize it, utilize it. At makikita mo sa sarili mo na unti-unti ka nag-i-improve. Number 2, be reasonable with your study goals. Sabi nga nila, hindi pwedeng ningas kugon na sa ngayon, mag-aaral ako, bukas tinatamad ako, ayoko na po mag-aaral. No, hindi pwedeng ganon. Be reasonable with your study goals. Pag sinabi mo na, ay, ito yung goal ko, kailangan matapos ko tong reviewin. Itong lesson namin sa araw na to or sa 2 araw na to, kailangan matapos ko tong reviewin. Be reasonable with your goals. Stick to it. Create a routine and stick to it. Gawin natin itong habit. No? Hindi lang isang araw lang tapos bukas tinamad ka na, wala na, or isang linggo lang tapos lumabas yung bagong movie sa or bagong series sa Netflix. Naging routine mo na ang panonood ng Netflix instead ng pag-aaral. So create a routine and stick to it. Pag sinabi ko, okay, at this period, 5 p.m., mag-aaral ako hanggang 6, stick to it. Bakit? Kasi para yung katawan natin at yung isip natin will get used to those routine at magiging part na siya ng ating habit. Hindi na mahirap sa atin mag-aral kasi ginawa na natin siyang routine. Next, balance your study routine with leisure time. Tandaan natin guys, hindi pwede aral lang ng aral. No? Kasi ang brains natin ay napapagod din. Mga brain cells natin, napapagod din yan. No, kailangan din natin mag-enjoy. So, have a leisure time. Pwede kang maglaro ng games. Diba? Pwede kang mag-gardening kung gusto mo. No? Mag-painting kung ano yung makakapag-relax sa'yo. Pero, be mindful with your time. Hindi pwede na magi-games ako tapos nawili ka na sa kaka-games. Laro ka lang ng laro. No? O, ano mangyayari? Hindi na siya balance. Dapat kailangan nakabalance yung pag-aaral at nakabalance yung paglalaro. Okay? Hindi pwede puro laro na lang. Hindi rin pwede puro aral na lang. No? Maganda balanse siya. Kasi ang isang bagay na balanse, mas lalong nag-i-improve. Kagaya ng tanim. Hindi pwedeng ilagay mo lang siya sa initan. No? Konting tubig lang ilagay mo. Hindi rin pwedeng buhusan mo lang siya ng buhusan ng tubig. Hindi mo siya paaarawan. O ano dapat? Dapat balanse. Paarawan mo siya, diligan mo siya sa tamang oras. Ganon din sa ating pag-aaral. Next, assign a space for studying. Kapag nag-aaral tayo, guys, ako naalala ko, guys, dati, nag-aaral ako malapit sa bintana. So, maraming tricycle na dumadaan minsan. So, instead na makakapag-focus ka in studying, madidistract ka kasi may mga sasakyan dumadaan, tricycle, mga asong nagkakahulan. Naka-experience din ako na nakapag-aral ako malapit sa bintana ng kapitbahay. Tapos timing, may birthday, may video okay. Instead na mag-aaral ka, mapapakanta ka na lang, mapapasabay ka sa kanta nila. 'Di ba? So, kailangan natin, guys, we do have a space for studying. Ano yung space na to? Pinaka number 1, kailangan komportable ka. Walang distraction, at it would lead you to focus on your studies very well. Next is read what you have studied and learn. Basahin mo ulit, no? Hindi lang pwede yung napag-aralan mo, tapos na. Hindi. Basahin mo yung mga napag-aralan mo. Kung ano yung na-discuss ng teacher, i-review mo ulit. Next, learn how to properly take notes. Napaka-importante, guys. Dapat marunong tayo mag-note-taking. Alam natin kung paano magsulat ng mga keywords ng napag-aaralan natin. Dahil ito makakatulong sa atin para mas lalo nating ma-remember at ma-recall yung mga previous lessons na binigay sa atin ng ating teachers. Next, napaka-importante, use gadgets appropriately during class hours. Ito, minsan, nagkaklase, naglalaro ng game. Sasabihin, nagmumultitask naman ako, teacher. Nako, dapat gamitin natin ang gadgets appropriately. Pag sinabing aral, focus tayo sa aral. Sabi ko nga kanina, may oras tayo dapat na nilalaan para sa paglalaro. Ang gadgets natin ay ginagamit para mas lalo nating ma-improve ang ating pag-aaral. Okay? So, use gadgets appropriately during class hour. Next, join an online study group if possible. Yun nga, kakasabi ko kanina, di ba? Create an online group, messenger group, na kung saan pwede kayong mag-share ng ideas, ng lesson na na-discuss nyo. Pwede kayong magbigay ng topic dyan. Exchange of ideas and information. In this way, you could learn more from what you have discussed from your teachers. Okay? Next, get enough sleep and eat healthy food. Napaka-importante. Hindi pwede na aral ka lang ng aral hanggang midnight. Tapos maglalaro ka pa ng games hanggang alas 2. Gigising ka ng alas 6. O, ano mangyayari? Groggy na yung katawan natin. Hindi ko na alam yung gagawin ko. Ang brain natin ay kailangan din magpahinga. And, importante, eat healthy foods. No? Hindi pwede na natulog ka, tapos natulog ka nga ng maayos, pero hindi ka naman kumain ng healthy, puro junk foods lang naman kinakain mo, puro chichirya. Ano mangyayari sa'yo? Magdadry yung utak natin. Mahihirapan tayo sa pag-aaral. Instead of buying curls, diba? Bumili na lang tayo ng mga prutas, kagaya ng mansanas, peras, orange, mangga. Kasi almost the same lang naman yung presyo ngayon ng mga prutas tsaka ng mga chichirya eh. So, mas maganda, healthy ang kinakain natin. And lastly, create a schedule and a daily to-do list. Napaka-importante nito na meron tayong schedule at daily to-do list. Para malaman natin, anong oras na pala kailangan ko na mag-aral? Yan ang mga importanteng bagay na kailangan nating tandaan to enhance our study habits. Okay? So, that's it. Okay. Always remember, don't study hard. Study smart. Ano yung smart? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. There you go. Now, we are done with our lesson. Yay! Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope that I can still see you in my next video classes. Once again, I am Ray Teacher, Alvin Boods. And if you like what we have discussed, please leave a comment, for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing lessons in our great community. Again, for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teacher Academy. Here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Hello, grade 9 students. This is our homeroom guidance class, first quarter, lesson 2, conquering clouds of challenges. To our dearest great learners, I am great teacher Alvin Boods, and welcome to our great community. Expect to have a fun, engaging, and amazing lesson for today. Asahang meron tayong makabuluhang matututunan na magagamit sa pang-araw-araw nating mga buhay. For you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teachers Academy. For this lesson, we will be discussing about conquering the clouds of challenges. Understanding your limitations inside and outside the school is just as important as looking into other aspects like life experiences, social, economic status, lifestyle, values, and beliefs. All of these can influence your achievement of life goals. Ano itong mga life goals na ito? These life goals are great motivational factors for you to keep going and inspired in being the best. Ito yung magbibigay sa atin ng lakas ng loob, ng saya at motivation para mas lalo tayong ma-inspired para maging the best sa kung anong meron tayo. Most especially when unexpected life setbacks happen, such as the current COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, continuing to focus on your studies is one of the best foundations that you can build. Specifically, consider the advantages and disadvantages of using effective study habits as your guide to develop routines. Things that you can do on regular basis which can help you achieve academic success. Ito yung mga bagay na makakatulong sa atin na ginagawa natin sa araw-araw para makamit natin yung mga academic success na pinapangarap natin. As a learner, you constantly face several things that demand your time for school or family. But knowing your priorities or what is important in life will guide you to do what is best. Napaka-importante malaman natin kung ano yung pinaka-priority natin sa buhay natin. At kapag nalaman natin ito ay magbibigay sa atin ng lakas at mag-guide sa atin para gawin natin yung the best na magagawa natin. Okay, so let's continue. Here are our goals and objectives for today's lessons. Ito yung mga inaasahan nating matututunan pagkatapos ng lesson na ito. Number 1, identify the different challenges encountered in dealing with school activities and how these challenges were dealt positively. Ano-ano yung mga na-encounter natin na challenges sa ating mga paaralan at mga activities na nagbibigay sa atin ng challenge sa buhay natin bilang isang mag-aaral. Paano natin dinidil ang mga bagay na ito? Paano natin hinaharap ang mga bagay na ito? In a positive manner. Okay? Next one, number 2. Compare the pros and cons in utilizing the various study habits. Iko-compare natin kung ano yung mga positibo at mga negatibo mga bagay na meron tayo para i-utilize yung iba't ibang study habits na meron tayo. And lastly, number 3, share insights on performing daily tasks in schools. Magbigay tayo ng mga insights kung paano natin ginagawa yung mga pang-araw-araw natin ginagawa sa school at yung mga task natin sa school. Okay, so let's continue. Before we start our discussion, let me just test your prior knowledge. Are you ready? So, let's get started. Again, you may pause this video so that you may have much time answering our springboard. Remember, do not cheat. Good luck, my great learners. So here is our springboard entitled How Do I Study? If you noticed, on the right side, we do have 4 pictures there. So number 1, identify the possible challenges of a learner in each pictures on the right. So makikita natin dyan sa unang picture. Naku, parang ang dami niyang homework. Pangalawa, yung babae dyan, no? Parang tinatamad na siyang gumawa. Tapos eto naman, yung sa ilalim, manonotice natin parang nahihirapan siyang intindihin yung mga bagay. And yung pang-apat naman, makikita natin dyan na parang nabibisi na siya, kaka-cellphone. Instead na dapat nag-aaral siya sa mga oras na yon. Okay, so identify the possible challenges of the learner in each pictures on the right. And number 2, write your answers on a clean piece of paper to be followed by your answers to the preceding questions. Okay, so are you ready? All right, so I know you're ready. So let's get started. Again, you may pause the video if you need more time to answer. All right, so timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay! A round of applause to everyone. Let's continue. Here are our processing questions. Okay. So, before we start our discussion, let us answer these. Are you ready? Let's get started. Again, you may pause this video so that you may have much time answering our springboard. All right? So, number 1, what is the most challenging situation for you in the picture? Ano sa tingin mo yung pinaka-challenging? Challenging ba yung masyado nakatutok sa cellphone instead of studying? Challenging ba yung kagaya ng isa, medyo nahihirapan siya siguro sa kanyang internet kasi may nakalagay dong loading? Or masyadong madami ng homework na hindi nagawa? Ano-ano yung mga bagay, no, na para sa iyo is the most challenging? Okay, number 2, among the challenges presented, where can you relate the most? And why? Ano yung pinaka na-relate ka? Maybe na-experience mo na yung mga bagay na ito. And we all know, one of those pictures, naka-experience ka talaga kahit isa doon. You tell me why. Okay? And then lastly, number 3, how do you overcome and deal with it positively? Kung na-experience mo yun, yung isang bagay doon, or dalawang bagay doon na nakita mo sa picture, paano mo ginawa ng paraan? Paano mo na-deal yung situation? How did you deal it positively? How did you deal with it positively? Okay? So, let's get started. All right. Timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, time is up. Great. All right. Now, let us proceed. And let's get started with our lesson. Okay, so the title of our lesson for today is Conquering the Clouds of Challenges. Ano yung mga clouds of challenges na kailangan nating ma-overcome and we need to conquer. Now, let's find out. So before we continue, let's review what we have learned from your past module or from your past lessons. Okay, so you have learned about the different learning styles and how can these affect your study habits. In addition, you will be able to assess your study skills and identify those that are needed for effective facilitation of learning. You will also able to gain insights about different ways on how you can strengthen effective study habits. So, let's continue. Conquering the clouds of challenges. Right. So meron ako ditong quote from Rabindranath Tagore. All right. Sabi niya, clouds come floating into my life, no longer to carry rain or usher storm, but to add color to my sunset sky. Oh, ano ang pagkakaintindi mo dito? Dito sa quote niyang ito. Clouds come floating into my life, no longer to carry rain or usher storm, but to add color to my sunset sky. Ngayon, think of those things, things of the quote, things about the quote, no? Paano mo siya naintindihan? Because we will use this one para sa susunod nating discussion. Na? Okay, let's continue. So we do have here conquering the clouds of challenges. Understanding your limitations inside and outside the school is just as important as looking into other aspects like life experiences, social economic status, lifestyle, values, and beliefs. Napaka-importante nito na malaman natin kung ano yung mga limitations natin na meron tayo. For example, sa bahay, ano yung mga bagay naglilimit sa atin sa ating mga tahanan. And as well as sa school, ano yung mga bagay na naglilimit sa atin doon. Napaka-importante nito. Dahil ito ay makaka-influence or is a great factor that can influence your achievement of life goals. Lalong-lalo na pag meron tayong mga goals in life na gusto nating i-achieve. So these life goals are great motivational factors for you to keep going and be inspired in being the best. Ito yung mga magmo-motivate sa atin. Ito yung mga life goals na meron tayo. Ito yung magmo-motivate sa atin para gawin yung the best, no? Para gawin yung pinaka excellent na kaya nating gawin sa buhay natin. Especially when unexpected life setbacks happen, such as the current COVID-19 pandemic. Alam naman natin ngayon na dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic, maraming mga nakailang lockdowns tayo, nahirapan tayong to move forward in life kasi na-isolate tayo sa bahay. Pero kung meron tayong mga life goals sa ating buhay, no? Ito yung magbibigay sa atin ng motivation to continue to being the best of what we are in life, no? Para maging the best tayo sa buhay natin. Okay? So let's continue. Indeed, continuing to focus on your study is one of the best foundations that you can build. Yes, dapat mag-focus tayo. Bakit? Kasi ito yung magiging foundation natin to achieve those life goals that we have. Specifically, consider the advantages and disadvantages of using study habits as your guide to develop routines. Napag-aralan natin yan last time. And things that you can do on a regular basis which can help you achieve academic success. As a learner, you constantly face several things that demand your time for school or family, but knowing your priorities or what is important in life will guide you to do what is best. Napaka-importante malaman natin ang priorities natin. Bakit? Kasi ito yung magdadala sa atin ng success. Pag alam natin kung ano yung mga bagay na i-prioritize natin, mas lalo tayong makaka-focus. And we will be able to move forward na walang hindrances. Well, masasabi natin, maybe merong mga hindrances tayo ma-experience. Ma-experience like the demands in life sa ating school and family. But knowing this, knowing your priorities, this will guide you all throughout your walk as a student and as a learner. Let's continue. Always keep in mind, Challenges are normal occurrences in life. Okay lang na meron tayong na-encounter na challenges. Wala namang tao na hindi nakaka-encounter ng difficulties in life, right? No single person can say that he or she has never encountered a challenge. Lahat tayo nakaka-experience ng challenges sa buhay natin. From the time you were born as a baby, you struggle to crawl, to walk, and to talk. Kahit nga nung bata tayo, di ba? Yung nung mga bata tayo, ngayon, problema natin, mga homework and all. No? Internet problems. But then, nung bata tayo, gusto lang natin kumain ng candy. Iyak na tayo. It's already a struggle for a kid. Right? Yung mga infants, mga maliliit pa, ang struggle nila is gusto nilang uminom ng gatas. Minsan yung struggle nila, gusto nila kamutin yung likod nila. Pero hindi nila ma-express yun, kaya iiyak na lang nila. Minsan masakit siya nila, kaya iiyak na lang nila. So, para sa baby, yun yung challenges nila. Kasi tayo naman mga tao, iba-iba yung mga challenges na na-encounter natin sa buhay. Maybe the challenges that you have encountered in your life is different from mine. Pero hindi natin masasabi, oh, mas mabigat sa kanya, mas mabigat sa akin, mas magaan sa kanya, mas magaan sa akin. No, iba-iba ang mga challenges na na-experience natin. And we cannot judge a person by the challenges he is experiencing in life. Kagaya nito, as a toddler, you struggle to contain your tantrums when you did not get what you wanted. Gusto mo lang candy. Gusto ko ng candy. So, nag-iiyak-iyak ka, Mama, sama ako sa palengke. Gusto ko sumama. Minsan, gumaganon tayo. Or gusto ko sumama sa mall. Yun yung mga struggles natin as a toddler. But then as you added years into your life, habang lumalaki tayo, we begin to notice that challenges you experience became more varied, complex, and difficult than before. Kumbaga nag-upgrade yung mga challenges base sa kung anong status na natin sa buhay. When I say status, kung ano yun yung edad natin, kung habang lumalaki tayo, lumalaki din or nagiging complex din yung mga challenges na na-experience natin sa life. Let's continue. So, below are the suggested strategies or ways to help you achieve academic success. We do have here the acronym strategy. STRATEGY. Letter S, set your academic goal for this school year. Pinaka-importante, bago mag-start yung school year, mag-set ka na kung ano yung gusto mo ma-achieve. Gusto mo bang ma-include sa top 10 students? Or gusto mo bang mag-excel in music? Gusto mo bang mag-excel sa isang specific subject? Set your academic goal for this school year. Pag hindi mo pa na-set, nagsisimula na yung school year, hindi ka pa nakaset, huwag ka mag-alala, hindi pa huli ang lahat. You can start all over again, no? Start in the middle. Habang meron tayo, it's not too late for you guys. Start your academic goal. Kung sa ngayon, mag-start ka na. Letter T, track your development through daily and weekly study plan. Napaka-importante kung meron kang goal, matrack down mo kung ano na yung progress mo dun sa goal or development dun sa goal na ginawa mo. Make a daily or weekly study plan. Napaka-importante nang ma-monitor mo kung ano na yung development mo sa pag-aaral mo. Letter R, recognize the need for help of assistance from your parents, teachers, and other adults in relation to your academic needs. So, tandaan, sabi ko last time sa ating lesson, di ba? Walang sino man ang nabubuhay para sa sarili lamang. Narinig nila yung kantang yon? Tandaan nyo ha, no man is an island. May mga bagay tayong hindi alam na kailangan natin ng tulong talaga. Pero bago yun, kailangan ma-recognize natin na kailangan natin ng need for help. We need help. No? Hindi sa lahat ng bagay, alam natin. Kahit sabihin mo ikaw ng pinakamatalino sa klase nyo, hindi ibig sabihin nun na alam mo na lahat ng bagay. So, always remember na andyan ang ating mga teachers, parents, most especially our parents who loved us very much, our friends, or any adults who may be there if we need some assistance. Let's, next one, letter A, accomplish your learning task ahead of time. Tandaan, guys, no? Huwag tayo, again, naalala niya sa lesson natin before, huwag tayo magiging askugon. Accomplish mo kung ano yung task na meron ka at mas maganda kapag nagawa mo yun ahead of time. Bakit? Para marami kang time sa sarili mo, marami kang time mag-enjoy, marami kang time maglaro. ahead of time. Kaya ako, kagaya ko, in my experience in life, ang ginagawa ko talaga, kung meron ako mga homework, as much as possible, nung college ako, nung high school din ako, ginagawa ko, pag may homework, ginagawa ko na kagad siya. Minsan, nasa school pa lang ako bago ako umuwi. Ginagawa ko na siya sa school. Bakit? Para pagdating ko sa bahay, manonood na lang ako ng TV. Kasi noon, hindi pa naman uso yung mga games sa cellphone. Uso dati noon, Dragon Ball Z, yan. Para pag uwi ko ng hapon, makakapanood ako ng mga anime at mga gusto ko mga palabas sa TV. Okay? So, accomplish your learning task ahead of time para marami kang time sa sarili mo. Letter T, thoroughly check the quality, quantity, and presentation of your outputs before submission. Hindi pwede submit lang tayo ng submit. Tingnan mo muna kung maganda ang presentation mo. Tingnan mo muna kung tama yung mga sagot mo sa mga homeworks mo bago mo i-submit. Kasi naka-experience niya ako niyan. Siyempre, hindi ka hindi mo in-accomplish yung learning task mo ahead of time. So, nangyayari, ngarag ka kayo kasi deadline na pala. Kapag ngarag ka na, hindi mo na nagka-cramming ka na. Hindi mo na alam kung ano sinasubmit mo. So, thoroughly check the quality and the quantity of the presentation or your outputs before submission. Letter E, exercise efficiency, the use of time, materials, and efforts in achieving your academic goal. Tandaan, use your time wisely. No, kasi ang time natin ay napaka-importante. Sabi nga nila, time is gold. Yes, it's literally gold because time is money. Right? And time is precious. It's not all about money, guys. Time is precious. We spend more time. We make our time useful by exercising the efficiency of the use of this time that God has given us. Okay, letter G, gather all possible resources from books and other resources in order to have a better understanding of the topic in your classes. So ngayon, guys, marami na tayong resources. Pwede ka pumunta sa library. Lalo na pag nasa bahay lang. Ayan, maximize the use of your internet. Or of your web. Again, hindi lahat na nakikita natin sa internet ay totoo. Kailangan maghanap talaga kayo ng reliable sources na makikita natin sa internet. Okay? Pero as much as possible, I would suggest you read books. Kasi ang books talaga hindi tayo maluloko niyan sa libro. Once it is publicized, no? Na thoroughly scan dyan ng mga author. So, medyo sa malabo talaga na magkaroon tayo dyan ng fake news kapag nagbabasa tayo ng libro compared sa nagre-research tayo or nagse-search tayo through internet. Letter Y, yearn to perform better and remember your motivations, study skills, and study habits. Perform better. Alalahanin mo kung ano yung nagmamotivate sa'yo para magpatuloy, no, na ma-achieve mo yung mga academic goals mo. Alright. Let's continue. Okay, likewise, as much as possible, learn to avoid the following. Okay, waste. W-A-S-T-E, waste. Wasting time or doing irrelevant activities while having classes like playing online games, chatting, watching movies or TV series, and daydreaming. Naku, sayang ang oras natin kapag ginagawa natin to. Kapag oras natin mag-aral, make the most out of it. Okay? Letter A, allowing your peers to dictate your plans and action. Huwag na huwag mong hahayaan na diktahan ka. For example, sila naglalaro. Huwag tayong mag-aral. Laro muna tayo dito. ML tayo, ML. di ba? So, ano nangyayari? Instead na makakapag-aral ka, maglalaro kayo ng online games. No? So, napakasayang talaga ng oras. Letter S, stressing yourself to the point that you cannot function well. Wag naman sobra-sobra. Sabi ko nga sa inyo ng previous lesson, kailangan may leisure time din tayo, may game time din tayo. Pero use time wisely, no? Proper time management ang pinaka-importante. Letter T, thoughts that are negative like difficulty of the subject, chance of failure, and inability to learn new lessons. Okay, ito yung mga bagay na mga negatibo, alisin natin yan sa isip natin. Nasabihin natin, ay, mahirap yung subject na to. Wag. Lahat ng bagay natututunan. Okay lang magkamali. Pero wag kang magstay na down. No? Kailangan yung thinking natin is always positive. And letter E, exhibiting unhealthy behavior. Ayan. Kagaya niyan, poor sleeping habits. Laro ka ng games nung gabi, Genshin Impact, or what? No? Nung gabi, ano nangyayari? Kinaumagahan, ano mangyayari sa'yo? Antok na antok ka. O, pag antok na antok ka, makakapakinig ka pa ba sa lessons ng teacher? No, hindi. Matutulog ka na lang. Kahit nakamuklat yung mata mo, hindi papasok sa isip mo. Bakit? Kasi antok na antok ka. So, always use your gadgets in a more appropriate way. All right? And don't exhibit unhealthy behavior. Let's continue. Conquering the clouds of challenges still. Always keep in mind that strategies discussed above cannot be mastered overnight. Okay? Hindi naman yan. For example, naging habit mo na siya. Hindi mo yun kaagad-agad mababago. Pero the good news is, kayang baguhin. May iba na mabilis lang, no? May iba naman na medyo matagal-tagal kasi naging habit mo na. But the good news is, kayang baguhin. All study habits which are proven effective and efficient takes time, hard work, and practice. Whenever you take it upon yourself to apply the strategies seriously, you will begin to see that the challenges you encounter within the outside of the school setting are not as overwhelming or discouraging as before. So, pag nakita mo ay na-realize mo sa huli, pag pinractice mo yung good study habits, you will conquer all of these clouds of challenges that you have. Okay? Hindi pala siya nakaka-overwhelm. Ay, ganito lang pala to. Ay, kaya ko palang i-overcome to. So, that would be a positive experience para sa iyo, no? Na malalaman mo na, ay, hindi pala siya ganun ka-discouraging. Alright. So, let's continue. Okay! So, there you go. Doon nagtatapos ang ating talakayan. If you have any questions and clarifications, pwede nyo ilagay sa comment section. And once na mabasa namin ito, GTA team will surely answer it. And more than willing to answer all of your queries. So, let's continue. Now that you have learned something new today, let's see how you could be able to answer our assessment, our post-assessment. All right. So again, a reminder, guys, you may pause the video if you need time to answer this one. Okay? Feel free to pause the video. Okay? So, let's go. On a clean sheet of paper and bond paper, complete each sentence below by writing the best phrase that applies. Select your answers from the boxes on the right. Okay, so meron tayo dyan, good study habits, take a deep breath, cramming, focus, self-esteem, activities, goals, and group studies. Okay, complete lang natin to. I will be giving you 10 seconds, but again, you can pause the video if you needed time. All right? So, timer starts. All right, timer starts now. Oh, sorry. Go! 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. Okay! Congratulations! Very, very good. All right. Let's continue. Okay, part 2. Share your thoughts and feelings. Okay, so we do have here study habits, pros and cons. We do have a table here on my left side, guys. So left side. So copy the following table on a clean sheet of bond paper. Write the pros or advantages and the cons, disadvantages, and your insights for each listed study habits. Okay, so meron tayong study habits dito. Time management, note-taking, managing distractions, doing advanced readings, and listening attentively. Ano yung mga pros, ano yung cons, and ano yung insights mo patungkol dito. Again, you may feel free to pause the video, okay, when answering. If you still need more time in answering our activity. Okay? So timer starts now. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! Okay, time is up. All right. Very good. Okay, so let's continue. Let's go to our reflection time. What are the things that you learned about yourself after the lesson? Ano-ano yung mga bagay na natutunan natin sa araw na ito? Hmm. Ano yung mga kailangan nating iwasan? Ano ang mga bagay na nandoon sa strategy? Naalala nyo yung strategy? Na kailangan nating i-take into account, no? Para ma-overcome natin o ma-conquer natin yung mga difficulties in learning. Right? Or mga challenges in learning. Ano-ano yung mga bagay na ito? Saan ka ba na-challenge? Na-challenge ka ba? Or meron ka bang mga habits, no, na kung saan medyo nahirapan ka na i-overcome? Paano mo i-overcome ngayon ito? Ngayon na-realize mo na meron pala akong ganitong mga weaknesses sa aking or mga challenges na kinakarap sa aking life, no, as a student. Ngayon, it's time to reflect on those things and start, okay, doing positive things that would strengthen and in order for you to reach your academic goals. Okay? Yes, all right. So, thank you so much for watching. Always remember, don't study hard, study smart. What is smart? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. There you go, and now we're done with our lesson. Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope that I can still see you on my next video. Once again, I am great teacher Alvin Budge. If you like what we have discussed, please leave a comment, for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing lessons in our great community. Again, for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teachers Academy. Remember, here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Hello, grade 9 students. This is our homeroom guidance class, first quarter lesson 3, entitled 3 R's. To our dearest great learners, I am great teacher Alvin Boots, and welcome to our great community. Expect to have a fun, engaging, and amazing lesson for today. Asahan meron tayong makabuluhang matututunan na magagamit sa pang-araw-araw nating buhay. And for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teachers Academy. Okay, let's continue. For this lesson, we will be discussing about 3 R's. This lesson will try to make you aware of your importance as a member of your family and the community. Ano yung kahalagahan natin bilang kabataan para sa ating komunidad at sa ating pamilya. Likewise, this will redirect you to your functional knowledge on child's rights. Ano-ano yung ating mga karapatan bilang isang kabataan, no? Ating karapatan bilang isang kabataan. And then, our roles and responsibilities that could help to become a better contributing individual, especially in this time of pandemic. Ano yung mga roles natin at responsibilidad para tayo ay makatulong o magbigay kontribusyon, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Bilang bahagi ng komunidad, kailangan mong malaman ang iyong mga responsibilities and rights, iyong tungkulin at karapatan upang magampanan mo ng maayos ang iyong mga responsibilidad. All of our rights and the things that we're experiencing right now, the benefit of those rights, ang bawat karapatan na iyong tinatamasa ay may kaakibat na isang responsibilidad na kailangan mong harapin. Pahalagahan kung ano ang at paano maging mas produktibong miyembro sa iyong pamilya at komunidad. malalaman natin dito of how to become productive member of your family and in your community. Okay, so let's continue. Here are our goals and objectives for today's lessons. Ito yung mga inaasahan nating matututunan pagkatapos ng lesson na ito. Number 1, explain the child's rights and roles and responsibilities as a member of the family and community. Ano-ano yung mga karapatan mo as a child at responsibilidad mo bilang isang miyembro ng pamilya at komunidad. Tandaan, hindi lang ang responsibilidad natin na hindi lamang natatapos sa ating bahay at sa ating eskwelahan. Meron din tayong responsibilidad bilang miyembro ng isang community. Number 2, demonstrate accountabilities and responsibilities in the practice of child's rights. Paano natin ma-demonstrate yung mga accountabilities natin at responsibilidad natin para ma-practice natin itong child's rights na meron tayo. And lastly, appreciate the relationship between child's rights and responsibilities. Ano ba yung relationship ng child rights at yung responsibility natin bilang mga kabataan sa panahon na to? Lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Malalaman natin yan pagkatapos ng lesson natin ito. So, let's continue. And before we start our discussion, let me just test your prior knowledge. Are you ready? Now, let's get started. Again, you may pause this video so that you may have much time answering our springboard. Remember, do not cheat. Good luck, my great learners. Okay, so we do have here our springboard. The title of the activity today is Roles or Responsibilities. So copy the images on the left on a clean whole sheet of paper or short bond paper. Pick up those words in the box there and categorize whether they are roles or responsibilities. Place the words on the petals of the right flower and answer the processing questions that follow. Okay, that's great. Okay, guys. So again, we have here the petals right there, the flowers. Lagyan nyo lang dyan kung ano yung mga tingin nyo na responsibilities ba siya. Ito yung mga words na to, kung responsibilities ba siya or roles siya. Okay, so are you ready? All right, so let's get started. Okay, we have here our timer. Timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. So again, remember, you may pause the video if you still need time to answer these questions. All right. Or to complete the activity. Let's continue. Let's go. So before we start our discussion, let's answer these questions. Number 1, what roles and responsibilities in the choices are most relevant to you? And why? Ano ba yung mas nakarelate ka doon? Huh? And then number 2, how do you describe the way you perform your roles and responsibilities? Cite a current experience where these things are evident. Okay? Write it on a piece of paper or bond paper. Again, you will be given 10 seconds, but you are free to pause the video if you still need time to answer these questions, processing questions. Okay, so timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Congratulations for answering it. Okay. Let's continue. Let's get started. So again, the title of our lesson is The Three R's. Ano ba tong mga R na ito? Ano ang mga ibig sabihin na ito? Anong ibig sabihin nito? So let's go. From your past lesson, you identified the different challenges on your home and school activities and the ways to manage them positively. Yung lesson na to ay magli-lead sa atin to compare the pros and cons of different study habits you have employed. Furthermore, it gave you the opportunity to share your insights on performing your daily tasks in life. So what is this 3 R's? Okay. Though you already had taken up the child's rights in your previous grade levels and lessons, let's try to revisit the rights of a Filipino child, which is under Presidential Decree number 603 or the Child and Youth Welfare Code. Dito, nakasalaysay ang mga importanteng asset ng ating nation. Likewise, the UNICEF Convention on Rights of the Children has also identified the following child rights. So, isang R natin is the rights. Your rights as a child. Okay, so rights, roles, and responsibilities. Ito yung ibig sabihin ng ating 3 R's. So, ito yung mga rights natin according to Presidential Decree na number 603. Okay, yeah, number 603. Every child has the right to life, survival, and development. Karapatan natin, mabuhay, mag-survive at mag-develop bilang isang kapaki-pakinabang na mamayan ng Pilipinas. Bilang isang kapaki-pakinabang na kabataang Pilipino. Next, number 2, every child has the right to name and nationality. Number 3, every child has the right to keeping families together. Number 4, every child has the right to be educated. Karapatan ng bawat isa na magkaroon tayo ng tamang edukasyon. Number 5, every child has the right to play and enjoy whenever they have the opportunity. Bawat kabataan ay kailangan may oras para maglaro. Karapatan ng mga kabataan na maglaro. Dahil ang paglalaro ay part ng development ng isang kabataan. Kapag may oportunidad maglaro, dapat hayaan ang bawat bata na maglaro. Number 6, every child has the right to be protected from abuse of adults. Kailangan maprotektahan ang karapatan ng bawat kabataan laban sa mga mapang-abusong mga tao at mga adults. Number 7, every child has a right to live in a peaceful way from bad influences. No? For example, sa isang community na hindi maganda, karapatan ng bawat bata na mailayo sa mga ganitong klase ng environment na makakasama sa kanilang paglaki. Number 8, every child has the right to be cared whenever their parents are not available or cannot sustain their needs. Karapatan ng bawat kabataan na merong taong mag-aalaga sa kanila kapag wala na silang mga magulang o wala nang kakayanan ang mga magulang para i-sustain itong mga pangangailangan nila. Next, number 9, every child has the right to express their views and opinions and to their privacy. Bawat kabataan ay meron ding right para mailabas ang kanilang mga opinion. Okay? And lastly, number 10, every child has the right to grow up peacefully and getting what they want for the good of their lives. So, napaka-importante na lumaki ang isang bata sa isang maayos at peaceful na lugar para makamit nila kung ano yung ikabubuti nila, no? Para makamit nila kung ano yung mas makabubuti sa paglaki nila. Okay. Let's continue. So, all child's rights are human rights. Tandaan natin, hindi lang ito nakasentro sa bawat bata, kundi sa bawat taong nabubuhay, which is specially created for children's protection and for them to become better individuals. Pero ito ay naka-highlight siya sa karapatan ng bawat bata para mas lalo silang maging mabuting mamamayan. Huh? According to UNICEF Committee on the Rights of the Child, there are four main areas or baskets, or we call them groups, of children's rights. These are the right to protection from discrimination, abuse, neglect, exploitation, and torture, the right to survival, compromising the elements of life, nutrition, water, health, air, the right to participation, including expression of views, decision making, access to information, freedom of association, and right to development, which includes education, standard of living, adequate for the child's physical, mental, spiritual, moral, and social development. So, napaka-importante na maibigay ito sa bawat kabataan, ma-experience ang bawat kabataan ito. Alam nyo nga, marami sa mundo ngayon ang nakaka-experience, mga kabataan sa mundo ngayon, ang nakaka-experience ng abuse, neglect, oh, hirap sa buhay, gutom, walang sapat na kakayanan yung mga magulang para madala sila sa proper care, no? Proper health facilities, proper education. So maraming bata sa mundo ngayon na na-encounter yung mga ganitong problema at ganitong mga challenges and sufferings. Kaya mapalad tayo, guys. We are fortunate. We are blessed na tayo may mga magulang na nagpapaaral sa atin, may mga magulang na nagmamahal sa atin, inaaruga tayo, no? Kaya magpasalamat tayo sa Panginoon na sa ating mga magulang na patuloy tayong inaalagaan at inaaruga. At most importantly, minamahal tayo. 'Di ba? Okay, so based on the Child and Youth Welfare Code, the following are identified responsibilities of a child. So kanina, yun yung mga rights natin bilang kabataan. Ngayon naman, anong mga responsibilidad natin bilang isang bata? Number 1, strive to lead an upright and virtuous life in accordance to one's religion, teachings of his elders and mentors, and his clean conscience. Dapat magkaroon tayo ng sarili nating pag-intindi sa tinatawag nating moralidad. Respect sa kung ano mga iba't ibang relihiyon, and respect sa ating mga nakakatanda sa kung ano yung mga tinuturo sa atin, sa mga kultura natin bilang Pilipino, at magkaroon ng malinis na konsensya. Number 2, love, respect, and obey his parents, and cooperate with them in strengthening the strengthening of the family. This includes following the health and safety protocols in this time of pandemic, such as observing physical distancing, frequent hand washing, wearing of face mask and face shields, sanitized objects. Ngayon hindi naman kailangan ng face shields na talaga. But if you are really prone to sa sakit, no? May mga sakit-sakit tayo, mas maganda na gamitin pa rin natin para mas lalo makatulong sa atin, no? And consult medical attention when there are symptoms. So isa 'yan sa ating responsibilidad bilang kabataan. Sumunod sa ating mga magulang at follow safety protocols that the government has given to us. Not necessarily but kung ano yung mga binibigay at basta mapoproteksyonan tayo, no? Bilang mga kabataan at mapoproteksyonan din natin yung mga mahal natin sa buhay. Number 3, extend to his brothers and sisters his love, thoughtfulness, and helpfulness, and endeavor with them to keep the family harmonious and united. Siyempre, ayan. di ba? Extend to his brothers and sisters his love. Naku, yung iba sa atin dyan, inaawa yung mga kapatid, inaasar yung mga nakababata nating kapatid. Dapat mahalin natin. No? We need to love our brothers and sisters. Okay? Lalong-lalo na pag ikaw meron ka nakababatang kapatid, mahalin natin ito. Okay? Next one, number 4, exert his utmost to develop his potentials for service, particularly by undergoing a formal education suited to his abilities in order that he may become an asset to himself and society. This includes studying well for the future. So, napaka-importante, no? Na kailangan mag-aral tayo ng mabuti para maging kapaki-pakinabang tayo na mamamayang Pilipino. Okay, number 5, respect not only his elders, but also the customs and traditions of people, the memory of heroes, the authorities, the laws of the country, and the principles and institutions of democracy. Kailangan, kagaya ngayon, marami ng kabataan, very disrespectful, no? minsan hindi maayos magsalita sa mga magulang, hindi maayos magsalita sa mga leaders natin in the society and the authorities. Palasagot. Kailangan responsibilidad natin bilang kabataan na meron tayong tinatawag na respeto, no? Sa mga nakakatanda sa atin, okay? Sa mga memory ng heroes natin. Minsan nga may nakikita ako nagbabandal sa mga monument ng ating mga heroes, no? So napakapangit. Huwag nating gayahin. Number 6, participate actively in civic affairs and in the promotion of general welfare. Kung anong mga activity ng ating gobyerno, kung anong activity ng ating komunidad, napaka-importante na i-involve natin ang sarili natin doon para mas lalo tayong ma-develop as an individual. And lastly, number 7, help in the observance of individual rights. Okay. So again, meron bawat isa rights, no? Kailangan i-respect natin 'yon. Okay? Kagaya niyan, kapag ikaw nambubuli ka, napakapangit nun. Hindi mo nire-respeto yung rights ng iba. No? Okay. So let's continue. All right. So there you have it. Okay. Doon na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan. If you have questions and clarifications, ay pwede nyo ilagay sa comment section. And once mabasa namin ito, GTA team will surely answer it. And now you have learned something new today. Let's see how could you be able to answer our post assessment. Are you ready? All right, so let's get started. Again, you may feel free to pause the video if you need time in answering our post assessment. Okay? So here we have, what have I learned? Ano yung mga natutunan natin? On a clean sheet of bond paper, answer the following questions. Number 1, ano yung role natin? No? What is the role that you are still trying to fulfill as of the moment? Ano yung role na gusto mong i-fulfill as of now bilang isang kabataan? Mag-base ka dun sa mga napag-aralan natin. No? Number 2, what suggestions or tips would you give to yourself to do it? Ano yung mga roles na yun at ano yung mga suggestion na mabibigay mo sa sarili mo para magawa yun? Okay? For example, attending sa mga activities ng government, ng mga kabataan, para mas lalo tayong ma-enhance o ma-develop yung sarili natin. Ano-ano yun? Okay? Number 3, how do you promote child's rights in school, at home, and community? Give at least 5 ways. O paano mo mapopromote yung child's rights in school? I'll give you an example. For example, may kaklase kang bully, no? Ini-explain mo sa kanya, sasabihin mo sa teacher, no? Teacher, ito po yung ginagawa ng kaklase ko. Isa yun. Okay? Or for example, ikaw naman ay may kakilala na medyo nahihirapan sa klase, tinutulungan mo siya. You are respecting his rights. Isa din yun. No? You are promoting child's rights in school. Okay? Nakikipaglaro ka sa kaibigan mo na walang friends sa school nyo. No? Kinakaibigan mo yung mga kaklase mong walang masyadong kaibigan. You are promoting your child's right in school. Sa bahay, paano mo naman mapopromote yun? Kapag si Lolo nagkikwento, no, ng mga karanasan niya sa buhay, at ikaw nakikinig ka at hindi mo siya binabastos, hindi ka sumasagot-sagot sa kanya ng mapapangit. 'Di ba? It's a way that you promote your rights in your home. Okay? Or at your home. Okay? So isulat mo. And then I will be giving you time to answer this one. So, tandaan na, feel free to answer or feel free to pause the video if you still need time to answer the questions. So, timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. All right. Let's continue. So, sa part 2 natin, Share your thoughts and feelings. Choose a song or poem about taking responsibilities or fulfilling a role. Okay. Write on a piece of paper the parts that you want to reflect. Share how the song or poems resonates with your current status as a child. Okay. O mag-isip ka ng kanta o ng tula na tingin mo it's all about taking responsibilities or fulfilling a role. Oh, mag-isip ka ng mga iba't ibang mga kanta or mga tula. Marami diyan sa libro. O kagaya niyan, yung mga kanta sa Frozen. For the first time in forever. It promotes freedom. 'Di ba? Okay. So, isulat mo kung ano yung saan ka nakaka-relate sa mga kantang yon. Okay? O kagaya niyan, yung kantang Anak, nung isilang ka sa mundong ito. O anong pinopromote niya? Na dapat, kailangan maging marespeto tayo sa ating mga magulang. Ba? That is our responsibility as a child of our parents. Na kailangan i-respect natin sila. Okay, so again, feel free to pause the video if you still need time. Answer this on a piece of paper. All right, share it. Okay, feel free. Feel free to think of the things that you wanted to share. So timer starts now. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, congratulations, guys, for answering it. Okay. All right. Okay. So, doon na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan. Okay. Now, reflection time. What are the things that you've learned about yourself? Okay. After the lesson, anong mga na-realize mo na, ay, karapatan ko palang ganito, karapatan ko respetuhin ang aking mga magulang, ay, karapatan ko rin palang maglaro, dapat may oras din ako sa paglalaro, pero kailangan nakikinig ako sa aking mga magulang. Dahil iyon ay responsibilidad ko bilang isang kabataan. Ay, responsibilidad ko mag-aral ng mabuti. Karapatan ko maglaro, pero responsibilidad ko mag-aral at respetuhin ang aking mga magulang. Ano yung mga yun? Ano yung mga bagay na yun na natutunan mo? Reflect on those things that you've learned. Okay? At isipin ko ano mga bagay ang makakatulong sa iyo para ma-improve mo yung sarili. Okay? So that's it for today. All right. Thank you for watching. Always remember, don't study hard. Study smart. Ano yung smart? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. There you go. Now we are done with our lesson. Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope that I can still see you in my next video classes. Once again, I am great teacher Alvin Boods. And if you like what we have discussed, please feel free to leave a comment, for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired in sharing lessons in our great community. Once again, for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teachers Academy. Here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Have a wonderful day, guys. Bye. Hello, grade 9 students. This is our homeroom guidance class First quarter, lesson 4, becoming better with discipline. To our dearest great learners, I am great teacher Alvin Boods, and I welcome you to our great community. Expect to have a fun, engaging, and amazing lesson for today. Asahan, meron tayong makabuluhang matututunan na magagamit sa pang-araw-araw nating buhay. For you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teacher, Teachers Academy. For this lesson, we will be discussing about becoming better with self-discipline. This lesson is intended to instill you the importance of practicing self-discipline in everyday life. This is important as you stay strong and motivated in the midst of the pandemic, and as you begin to adapt to a new way of seeing things in this so-called new normal. Self-discipline is the ability to control one's feelings and overcome one's weaknesses. Kailangan din ang disiplina sa sarili para sa distance learning dahil sa pansamantalang pagsuspindi ng mga tradisyonal na paraan ng pag-aaral, ikaw ay may commitment na matuto mula sa bahay. Sa ngayon ng isang epektibo hanggat maaari, kung minsan ay umaasa sa tulong na makukuha mula sa aming mga guro, magulang, at komunidad sa pangkalahatan. Kung ikaw ang uring mag-aaral na karaniwang kailangan marinig kung anong dapat mong gawin, ito ay oras na upang palakasin. You need to strengthen your self-discipline at maging nakatutok at independent every time. Okay? That's amazing. So let's continue. Here are our goals and objectives for today's lesson. At the end of this module, you are expected to explain the role of self-discipline in maintaining positive self-concept. Ano ba ang role mo? No? Ano ba ang role ng self-discipline para ma-maintain natin yung positivity? Okay. Next, number 2, analyze how self-discipline reflects one's actions. Paano natin i-analyze kung paano yung self-discipline nakakaapekto sa ating mga ginagawa? And number 3, narrate insights on applying self-discipline in facing personal changes. I-apply natin yung self-discipline para harapin yung mga pagbabagong na-experience natin sa buhay natin. Alright? Okay. So, eto yung mga inaasahan nating matutunan pagkatapos ng lesson nito. Before we start our discussion, let me just test your prior knowledge. Are you ready? Let's get started. You may pause this video so that you may have much time answering our springboard. Remember, do not cheat. Good luck, great learners. The title of our activity is A Self-Disciplined Individual. Recall an experience when you were thankful for having control of yourself from being impulsive. May naaalala ka ba one time sa buhay mo na na-experience mo na nagpasalamat ka dahil napigilan mo yung sarili mo kahit galit ka na, kinontrol mo yung sarili mo, or may gagawin ka dapat na isang bagay na hindi ka aya-aya, pero naisip mo, ay, kapag ginawa kong isang bagay na to, baka mapahamak ako. Nagawa mo na ba yun? Yung tinatawag nating self-control? For example, when you avoid saying hurting words to a good friend, medyo nagkapikunan kayo ng kaibigan mo, tapos pinigilan mo sarili mo, ay, hindi ako magsasalita ng masama dahil ito ay maybe joke lamang, or maybe iba yung iniisip niya at that moment. So, pinigilan mo magsalita ng masama sa iyong kaibigan. Or you were able to save money by ignoring unnecessary things. Napadaan kayo sa mall ng mga kaibigan mo, no? Tapos, dala-dala mo yung baon mo for the whole week. And then, may nakita kang napakagandang t-shirt. Pero wala sa budget mo yun. Pero saktong-sakto yung pera mo, allowance mo for the whole week para mabili yung isang t-shirt na yun. Kaso pag binili mo, wala ka ng baon for the whole week. Pero ang ginawa mo, nag-isip ka, ay, hindi ko to bibilhin kasi alam ko na kapag binili ko to, wala na akong allowance for the next week. So I will keep this one and I will control myself from not buying these things or this shirt. Yun. Nagkaroon ka ng self-control. After that moment, ano yung mga naisip mo? What are your thoughts and realizations about the incident? Capture your answers to the question by making a simple poster. Okay. Use a short bond paper, pencil, and any coloring materials. Express yourself. Be free. Ipakita mo kung ano yung mga gusto mong ipakita. Na kung saan ito ay nagpapakita or it shows how you do self-control or you are thankful for having controlled yourself from being impulsive. Okay, so timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's continue to the next part. So let's answer the processing question. Okay. So, did you experience change? Anything? Did the experience change anything in you? May nabago ba sa'yo? Kasi natuto kang magpigil sa sarili mo? Kung meron, ano-ano mga ito? Kung wala naman, ay, bakit? Bakit wala? Okay, number 2. What could happen if you were impulsive during that time? Ano kaya ang nangyari kung naging impulsive ka during that time? Ano ang magiging resulta nito? And lastly, number 3, what do you think will happen if you master to control your impulsive actions or behavior? Ano kaya mangyayari pag na-master mo? Kontrolin yung mga impulsive actions or behaviors mo. Okay? So, before we start our discussion, let's answer these questions. Are you ready? All right. I think all of you are ready. Timer starts now. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Again, always remember, please feel free to pause the video if you still need more time in answering our processing questions. Okay, so let's get started. The title of our lesson is Becoming Better with Self-Discipline. Okay, let's go. So let's review. So from your past lesson, you were able to know the different child rights. We discussed how to exercise those rights responsibly and realize your value as a member of your family and community. In line with our lesson for today, self-control, makikita natin ngayon sa lesson natin kung paano ang self-control magbibigay sa atin ng lakas, motivation, and encouragement para maging positive in life. At the same time, matuto tayong mag-control sa sarili natin in order for us, no, na makita natin na ay may mga positibo pa lang dinadala sa atin or may mga positibo pa lang ibinibigay sa atin, yung tinatawag nating self-control. Okay, let's continue. Becoming better with self-discipline. Ang lesson natin ngayon is intended to instill in you the importance of practicing self-discipline in everyday life. Napaka-importante na matuto tayo ng disiplina sa sarili. Kasi hindi yun parati na magkakaroon na parang okay lang parati yung nangyayari sa atin. It's not everyday na okay ka lang parati. May mga times na matcha-challenge ka ng circumstances na nangyayari sa buhay mo. May mga times na darating sa buhay natin na we are given a choice, no? Na magsalita na masakit or i-keep lang natin yung sasabihin natin, ibigay ang opinion natin na baka makasakit tayo sa ibang tao, Mga ganong bagay. So, mai-encounter natin yun sa araw-araw nating buhay at hindi natin maiiwasan yun. This is important as you stay strong and motivated in the midst of the pandemic and as you begin to adapt to a new way of seeing things in the so-called new normal. So, alam naman natin ngayon dahil sa pandemic, maraming nangyayari sa atin. Maraming tao nagkakaroon ng depression, no? Hindi sila nakakalabas ng bahay. Maraming bagay ang nawala sa atin na kinuha ng pandemic na ito. Pero we don't use these things, no? We don't allow these things para snatch yung joy na pwede nating ma-receive in everyday life, no? Yung pagiging thankful natin dahil nabuhay tayo, 'di ba? Ang lesson na ito, it will give us encouragement, no? Para maging strong tayo and always be motivated in our everyday life. Self-discipline is the ability to control one's feelings and overcome one's weaknesses. So lahat tayo, there's no exemption to this one. Lahat tayo may mga weakness tayo. At kapag natuto tayo ng tinatawag nating self-control, no, i-control yung mga feelings and emotions natin, mas lalo tayong magiging matagumpay sa buhay natin bilang mag-aaral. At hindi lamang bilang mag-aaral, bilang isang kapaki-pakinabang na mga kabataan ng Pilipinas. Okay? Let's continue. Self-improvement does not only manifest in your physical look, as it can also be seen in your behavior or command of emotions. Hindi natin pwede i-judge yung tao base sa nakikita natin. Ay, napakaganda naman ito. Ay, napakapogi naman ito. Ay, baka baba ito or baka parang dating ng itsura niya parang magaling to mag self-control kasi kitang-kita sa itsura niya parang malumanay. Kaya niyang kontrolin yung emotions niya, no? So hindi natin ma-judge yung tao base sa nakikita natin. By looking at it physically or kahit sa atin, ay, parang nagkakaroon na ako ng bigote siguro marunong na ako mag self-control. Okay, so hindi natin masasabi yun base sa nakikita natin. Hence, when you develop self-discipline, you can see yourself regulating your emotions well and deciding carefully before taking actions. Malalaman lang natin yan na meron na tayong self-control once we are in a situation or in a circumstance sa buhay natin na kung saan kailangan natin magkaroon ng control sa sarili natin. Doon lang natin masasabi, ay, meron pala akong self-control if we encounter those circumstances in life. There's nothing wrong if you feel different emotions such as being happy or angry, excited, sad, inspired, or disappointed, as those are normal reactions of human being. Okay lang magalit, okay lang masaktan, okay lang sumama yung loob, walang problema doon. Okay lang din na maging masaya ka, no? May mga bagay nangyayari sa atin na it's a part of being human na ma-experience at maramdaman natin yung mga bagay na iyon. But then, the timing and the manner of expression make a difference. Pag sobrang saya mo, no? Nakarinig ka ng magandang balita, magsisigaw ka ba sa mall? Magwawala ka ba? Wow! Saya ko! Nasa mall ka or nakatanggap ka ng magandang balita, nanonood ka ng sine, magsisigaw ka ba? Or you will keep quiet, okay? Because the environment doesn't allow you, no? Napakapangit pag sa isang environment na tahimik ay ipakita mo yung emosyon mo na grabe, or may nakita kang hindi maganda, no? Or may nakabangga ka, masakit yung balikat mo, kunwari injured yung balikat mo, no? Tapos hindi sinasadyang nabangga ka. So magagalit ka ba? Sisigawan mo ba yung nakabangga sa'yo na hindi naman sinasadya? So, yun yung mga bagay. The manner of expression makes difference. Pwede ka masaktan. Aray, masakit. Pero, you can do it in a nice way na kung saan iko-control mo yung emotions mo na hindi tayo nakakapahamak ng ibang tao. Alright? Let's continue. For instance, if you're angry, it is not an excuse to hurt other or break the things at home. Minsan, pagalit ba tayo? Yan, yung iba sa atin. Aminin. Minsan, pag napagalitan ng nanay o ng tatay, ni mami o ni daddy, naku, nagdadabog. Minsan, hindi namamansin. Pinapagalitan yung kapatid. Alis ka nga dito. Sa'yo ko ibubuhos yung galit to. Diba? May mga ganon. Or nang babasag ka ng mga gamit, napagalitan lang, binasag yung cellphone. Ganon. Or if you're happy, it is not enough reason to forget about your important and immediate tasks. For example, sobrang saya mo ngayon. Tapos hindi ka na, dahil sa sobrang saya mo, nakalimutan mo na gawin yung homework mo, hindi ka na naghugas ng pinggan, kasi toka mo ngayon maghugas ng pinggan, hindi ka na naghugas. So, dahil sa sobrang saya mo. So, there are proper ways and time to express those things, and learning them means having self-discipline. Kailangan alam natin how to express these feelings. Again, okay lang makaramdam tayo ng mga different emotions. Natural lang naman pag masaya ka, naka-receive ka ng magandang balita, sasaya ka. Natural lang din kapag may masamang nangyari or hindi ka ayayang nangyari sa'yo, malulungkot ka. But reacting to those situations, kung paano ka mag-react sa sitwasyon na yon, kung paano mo ilabas yung emotions mo sa sitwasyon na yon, ay nagbabari. Doon papasok yung tinatawag nating self-discipline. Right? So, there are 7 ways to improve self-discipline. Okay, number 1, commit to your goal. Okay? Kapag yung goal mo ay magkaroon ka talaga ng disiplina sa sarili, no? Inisip mo talaga na, sisiguraduhin ko na didisiplinahin ko yung sarili ko. No? Kapag may mga nangyaring hindi kaaya-aya sa akin, sisiguraduhin ko na I would do my best para itong mga emotions na hindi maganda ay hindi siya magre-reflect sa attitude ko, no? Hindi siya magiging masama ang dating sa ibang tao pag ginawa ko 'yon. All right. So, commit to your goal. Kung ano yung goal mo, sige, pursue it. Ha? Okay. So, next one, objectivity is the key. Okay. Napaka-importante, no? Objectivity is the key. Importante iyon sa atin. Kailangan nating makita yung mga bagay-bagay, no? At maging aware tayo sa mga bagay na nasa surroundings natin. Ilagay mo yung sarili mo sa shoes ng iba. Sabi nga nila, put yourself in another perspective aside from yours. Tingnan mo yung ano kaya mararamdaman ko kung ako nasa posisyon niya? Pag ako nagsisigaw dito, ano kaya mafe-feel ko? Ganon. Or kung ako kaya ang nasagi, no? Kung ako kaya ang nakasagi at hindi ko naman sinasadya, magsisigaw ba ako? Ganon. Ilagay mo ang sarili mo sa shoes nila. Okay? Sa pananaw ng ibang tao. Ilagay mo yung sarili mo sa pananaw ng ibang tao. Paano mo titingnan? Next, and never underestimate the willpower. Use your inner strength to resist temptation that will set you back from your goals. So kapag nakaset ka na ng goals mo, talaga ilagay mo dyan yung puso mo. Use your inner strength. Hindi ako anuhin ko yung emotion ko. Kontrolin ko ang emotion ko. Na hindi ko basta-basta biglaan na lang magagalit or magpapakita ng sobrang excitement. Iko-control kong sarili ko nang sa gayon ay maging karespeto din ako sa harap ng mga taong nakakakita sa akin. At the same time, ire-respect ko rin yung mga tao na nasa palibot ko. Okay? Next, think of your motivation. People have attested that constantly being presented with the reasons why they set their goals has an immense effect in helping them achieve what they want. Okay, bakit ka ba nagsimula? Bakit mo ba gustong kontrolin yung emosyon mo? No? Kasi maybe may mga reason tayo, no? Maybe dahil kumukunti na yung mga taong nagiging kaibigan natin, dahil sa impulsive behavior natin. So, think of your motivation. Ayoko maging mag-isa balang araw na wala na akong kaibigan dahil ayaw ng mga taong lumapit sa akin. And then, rest and reset. Okay lang yun. For example, napagod ka, nagkaroon ka ng isang araw na hindi mo na control yung self mo, okay lang yun. Start all over again. Ipahinga mo, rest, and then reset. Tuloy lang kinabukasan. Huwag pagkatapos na, ay, hindi ko na-control sarili ko, hindi ko na-control yung sarili ko habang buhay. Ganun. Huwag ganun. Okay? Pag hindi mo na set, hindi mo na achieve yung goal mo for today, then commit at the second day and the third day. Habang may buhay, may pag-asa. May pag-asa magbago. Next, overwhelming yourself may not be okay. Don't set too many unrealistic goals that you'll have trouble finishing. It's better to set one at a time. Kung ano yung goal mo, set mo, hanggang dito lang. Kasi, wag yung mga, ako ay magiging isang napaka-sophisticated na tao na parang wala nang makakano sa akin. Wala nang makakapag-kwentuhan sa akin. Makikita nila ako na parang napakataas ko ng tao. Huwag ganun. No? Don't overwhelm yourself. It's not okay. Set realistic goals. Mga katotohanan goals. Yung kaya mo lang. Slow, sabi nga nila, slowly but surely. Live with a life with can-do attitude. Dapat can-do attitude. Kaya ko yan. Paniwalaan mo sarili mo na kaya mong gawin yung mga bagay na gusto mong ma-achieve. Okay? Let's continue. Self-discipline has been regarded as a staple key in achieving balance in one's life. Now that we have been ushered into the new normal brought by the pandemic, the importance of having control in ourselves should be highlighted. Lalong-lalo na ngayon, no? Dahil sa new normal na na-experience natin. Well, karamihan naman sa atin ngayon ay vaccinated na. Pero pinaka-importante, may self-control pa rin tayo. Pag lumalabas, wag masyadong magdidikit-dikit sa mga kaibigan as much as possible. Kasi kahit sabihin natin vaccinated na tayo, pwede pa rin tayo mag-carry ng virus. At para dun sa mga taong may comorbidities, di ba? Baka makahawa din tayo sa kanila. No? So, as much as possible, mas maganda na mag-ingat tayo. Disiplinahin natin sarili natin. And follow health protocols that the school or most especially the government has given us. Kapag nasa school tayo, sundin talaga natin yung mga proper na paraan para maiwasan natin yung sakit. Okay. All right. Okay. So there you go. Doon na nagtatapos ang ating talakayan. If you have questions and clarifications, ay pwede nyo ilagay sa comment section. And once na mabasa namin ito, we will make sure that the GTA team will answer it. And now you have learned something new today. Let us see how you would be able to answer our post assessment. So, are you ready? Let's get started. Again, you may pause the video if you needed more time in answering our post assessments, okay? So, what have I learned? Part 1. After learning how self-discipline plays an important role in the development of your positive self-concept, identify one behavior that you will try to do as your attempt to practice self-discipline. Complete the phrase below and write your answer on a sheet of paper. Okay, for example, from now on, I will try to control myself when I visit the mall or the supermarket. I will only buy things that is needed. I would not buy things that is not planned. I would not be impulsive in buying things. Mga ganong klase. Or from now on, I will try to be good with my friend. If things happen accidentally, no? If someone accidentally bumped on me, I would try my best not to be angry, but to be understanding to those people around me. Mga ganong example. So, you have your time, okay? All right, so we do have 10 seconds. Again, please feel free to pause the video if you still need more time to answer our post assessment. Okay, ready, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, congratulations. Let's proceed to the part 2. Share your thoughts and feelings. Thinking and acting ahead is the title of our activity. We have a table right here. Ayan, nakikita nyo ating table. Copy the table below on a clean sheet of paper or bond paper. Think of 3 situations that you can possibly encounter in life. Then think about what can go wrong in every situation you provided. Finally, write about possible preventions that you can do in order to avoid what can go wrong. So, isip ka ng mga sitwasyon na pwede mong ma-encounter. For example, sumasakay ka ng jeep or tricycle. Tapos naapakan yung paa mo. No? So, anong mangyayari? What can do wrong? Siyempre, masasaktan ka. Hindi mo mapigilan yun. Lalo-lalo na pag may sugat yung paa mo, may ingrown yung paa mo. Di ba? Mapapasigaw ka. O, so, anong gagawin mo? Magagalit ka ba? How can you prevent it? Mga ganong klaseng sitwasyon. Okay? So, I will be giving you 10 seconds for this one. Again, you feel free to pause the video if you still need more time in answering our activity. Okay? Timer starts now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. So, reflection time. Ano-ano mga natutunan natin ngayon? Ano natutunan natin sa sarili natin pagkatapos ng lesson natin? Okay? Mas lalo ba natin nakilala ang sarili natin? What are the things that you learned about yourself after the lesson? Ikaw ba ay meron kang impulsive behavior? Meron ka bang bagay na hindi mo makontrol gawin? May isa kang bagay na kinaiinisan pag nangyari. For example, kinulit ka lang ng kapatid mo, bigla ka nagagalit, or unutusan ka bumili ng toyo, nagdadabog ka kaagad. No? So, ano yung mga bagay na yon at anong mga bagay na magagawa mo para ma-improve yon? Okay? So, gawin mo yon, isipin mo yon, isabuhay mo yung mga positive things. No? Na natutunan mo sa araw na ito. At I'll make sure na mag-i-improve ka sa buhay mo bilang estudyante. Okay? Alright. Now, okay, that's it. Thank you for watching. Always remember, don't study hard, study smart. What is smart? Specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. There you go, and now we are done with our lesson. Thank you, my great learners, for listening. I hope that I can still see you in my next video classes. Once again, I am great teacher Alvin Boots. If you like what we have discussed, please leave a comment for I will be happy to read it. Promise that I will be more inspired sharing lessons in our great community. Again, for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms, The Great Teachers Academy. Here in the Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Have a great day. Bye.
Good day, learners. So, welcome to our first topic in homeroom guidance. So, this one is on first quarter, lesson 1. So, my name is, you can call me Great Teacher Cherry, and welcome to our great community. So, for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms like Facebook and YouTube at the Great Teachers Academy. So I will be your teacher for today's session. Now, for today's session, we're going to talk about decoding the secrets of better study habits. So this is under homeroom guidance for grade 10. So are you ready? Okay, so before we start, let's reveal first our objectives for today's discussion. So number 1, so at the end of this module, you are expected to of course, describe the importance of developing study habits. And then number 2, justify the value of study habits design as a tool in achieving optimum learning in school. And lastly, you're going to realize your reflective and ineffective study habits. So later on, you will realize ano nga ba yung mga effective as well as ineffective study habits that you have. And then what you're going to do with that effective, ano bang gagawin mo? Itutuloy mo ba siya? And the ineffective, i-remove mo na ba? Or ano ba yung gagawin mo? Okay? So before we start with our proper lesson, I have here a quick activity. So this is a pre-assessment. So let's try this one. So I want you to recall, no, in this activity, I want you to recall and write a situation where you were so happy, proud, and satisfied with your school performance. It can be a high rating for a well-done job project, a wonderful performance task, or pwede rin naman yung group work or even a high score in exams in the previous grades, levels, or quarters that you had. So try to remember that situation or that scenario. And then, remember your feelings. Ano ba yung naramdaman mo nung mga time na yon? Happy ka ba? Sobrang tuwang-tuwa ka ba? Tears of joy? So, and reactions, if there were simple celebrations or acts of joy you had. So, try to capture that moment as you write it on a piece of paper to be followed by your answers to the processing question. So after you recall that particular situation, no, isusulat mo siya sa papel, and then meron tayong processing question or guide questions later. So timer starts now. Okay, time's up. So now let's reveal the processing questions, no, that we have. Okay. So number 1, how do you feel after the activity? So, di ba, nag-recall ka ng situation. So, ano yung naramdaman mo nung mga time na yon? So, let's say, for example, ang na-recall mo na experience that you have in your past life as a student is you got a perfect score in your exam. So, di ba, syempre, sino ba naman ang hindi matutuwa? Di ba? Pag, this one, perfect ka sa exam. So, how did you feel after the activity? Okay? So, let nyo yung sagot sa paper. And then, number 2, what made the situation possible? So, ano sa tingin mo yung reason bakit kaya nangyari yun? Bakit na perfect ka sa exam? Okay? And then lastly, number 3, so although may connections siya somehow, so number 2, but in a specific way. What specific things or actions did you do to be in that moment? Let's say for example, nagbasa ka or nag-read ka ng notes mo before yung exam. So pwede yon. Okay? So try to recall kung ano nga ba yung ginawa mo. Okay, so in this questions class, try to write the answer or your answer in your paper. So your timer starts now. Okay, so time's up. So now let's move on, no, to our lesson proper. So ano nga ba yung mga kailangan nating i-break free or so this one, yung mga study habits that we still have na somehow hindi effective or ineffective, and what are those study habits that we have that are considered as effective. So let's decode the secrets of study habits. So of course, diba, being a student for almost 9 to 10 years since you are in your grade 10 school year right now, you must have formed a habit of studying your lessons and accomplishing the school tasks to pass each grade level. Siyempre, sino ba naman ang hindi gustong pumasa, diba? So lahat naman kayo is yung eagerness nyo to pass is talagang 100%. Todong-todo, bigay na bigay kayo. So along the way, you got to test what works for you and what is not. So somehow yung iba sa inyo, siguro na-discover na yung mga study habits or kung ano nga ba yung mga effective study habits that you have na hanggang ngayon is ginagawa niyo pa rin siya. So it is important for you to be mindful of those patterns that brings you to your academic goals for the school year while trying to get rid of those proven to be bad for your school performance. So, syempre, pag alam nyo na ineffective siya, syempre, anong gagawin? Diba, hindi mo na uulitin yung study habits na yun. So, let's say, for example, if you are good in memorizing, okay, so, pwede din yun. Pero, yun nga, hindi naman kasi sa lahat nag-work yun. Okay? Kasi, somehow, may mga moment na may mental block tayo, so, hindi natin may iiwasan yun. So that is why kailangan pa natin mag-explore o explore pa yung study habits that we have para ma-discover natin siya na effective pala to sa akin, so pwede ko siyang gawin. So hence, we want you to bring your attention to the faulty study habits that you might still have in the hope of changing it with a helpful one. Okay, so let's reveal what are those study habits that you have. Siguro yung iba sa inyo makaka-relate. Ginagawa ko yan, teacher. Okay, so teacher, ginagawa ko yan pero hindi siya effective. So syempre, pag ganun, i-remove natin yun. So try natin siyang i-remove gradually, no? As part of, syempre, being a student, kailangan mag-aral ng mag-aral para makasunod tayo dun sa lesson. Okay? So number one is studying for the sake of doing it. So, syempre, diba, there are times, or have you ever tried to ask yourself, bakit nga ba ako nag-aaral? Or bakit nga ba bigay na bigay ako when it comes to studying? So, ano yung goal ko? Ano yung number one goal ko? Is it to get a good grades? Or is it syempre, yung acceptance ng society or ng mga kaklase. And then the other reason is siguro for college application, for college purposes, or for future purposes. Kasi you are in grade 10 now and syempre kailangan nyo yan, no? And I know na tinitingnan din yung grades natin pagdating sa college. Okay, kasi may mga subjects tayo na nasa grade 10 na somehow may connection din sa college. So, yun ba yung reason mo? So, you need to, you need to clarify those things. Ano nga ba yung purpose mo? Bakit kailangan mong mag-aral? Or bakit kailangan mong ibigay yung best mo sa school? So you must clarify your intention or even your motivation, because if you cannot see the point in studying, it will make it boring and tedious. So syempre, hindi naman pwedeng wala kang purpose or wala kang goal. Bakit kailangan mag-aral? So if your intention is clear, then studying can be meaningful for you. So right after this session, I hope, diba, na you will realize na, so kailangan pala ng goal or kailangan ko palang mag-isip ng specific goal kung ano nga ba yung purpose ko, bakit nag-aaral ako, or bakit kailangan kong mag-study hard. Okay, so especially in times like this, like COVID-19 pandemic happened, so somehow yung iba sa atin or most of us is staying at home, diba? Even yung mga teachers, diba? And lalo na kayo, estudyante. So you are not allowed to go to school, diba? Nung mga panahon na online class pa lamang. And then what happened is yung temptations andyan. Let's say yung mga siblings mo, diba? Nakaka-distract sila. And then another thing is yung televisions. And Another example is yung social media. So, can be a source of distraction. So, instead na nakafocus ka lang sa pag-aaral, hindi na kasi meron ka pang ibang gawain or household chores na gagawin. Or di kaya yung mga distractions, yun nga, coming from your siblings, coming from the social medias that you have. Instead na mag-aaral ka, magti-TikTok ka na lang, di ba? Manonood ka na lang ng TikTok, which is not good. So, kailangan talaga, you must clarify your intention or motivation. Okay? Next, number 2, studying by impulse. So, have you experienced doing homework or reviewing for an exam and doing your project without even analyzing how should they be prioritized and scheduled? So, pag ganyan, syempre, mahihirapan ka, no? If you felt overwhelmed, pag sobrang dami mo nang gagawin, sobrang dami mo ng assignments, nagkapatong-patong na, so syempre, may stress ka. So, ang gagawin mo, iiwasan mo na yun, or kumbaga, mas lalo ka tuloy it will lead you to another thing, which is siguro magfe-Facebook ka na lang kasi may stress ka pag nakita mo yung mga assignment mo, which is not good. So it would help if you try to enumerate the things to do, rank them according to date of submissions or even the time needed to do it. So as much as possible, gumawa kayo ng to-do list. Okay? Kumbaga, i-schedule nyo siya yung mga assignments nyo, and then keep in mind that the clearer your study plan is, the more chances of accomplishing it well without feeling too much anxiety. So, syempre, ayaw naman natin mangyari yun, yung magka-anxiety tayo. So, as much as possible, para hindi mag-pile up yung mga gagawin natin, so you need to have this to-do list. Okay? So, next is number 3, studying long but still unproductive. So, this is a no. Kasi, sobrang haba na ng time na na in-spend mo for you to study, pero parang na-realize mo, parang wala pa rin akong natututunan or parang hindi ko pa rin gets yung topic. Okay? So, of course, in studying, hindi naman pwede na hindi ka maging mindful sa time. So, you need to be mindful what time of the day your mind works well. Okay? So, this one class, this example is, I think, medyo common siya, for everybody. Yung pag-aaral during madaling araw. Okay? Kung effective yun sa inyo, kung nag-work yun sa inyo, kung somehow, pagdating sa madaling araw, nag-work well yung brain nyo, then go for it. Diba? Mag-set ka ng alarm. And then, let's say for example, 3:30 a.m. So, yung mga time na yan, start ka ng magbasa-basa. Okay? Pero wag naman sana na hanggang alarm lang tayo. Kasi may yung iba sa atin, nag-a-alarm nga, sige, mag-set tayo ng time, pero hindi naman nagigising. Diba? So, ang mangyayari, wala din. Nasayang lang yung pag-a-alarm natin. Diba? So, as much as possible, we need to be mindful when it comes to time. So, hindi pwedeng, bukas ko na lang yan gagawin after ng recess. So, hindi naman kasi ganun kasimple yun, class. Diba? Na, sasabihin mo yung English class, meron kayong quiz. Tapos, ang gagawin mo, yung English class is nangyayari siya or it happens after the break. So, pagdating ng recess or break time, dun ka palang mag-aaral. Which is, hindi naman kasi kaya ng brain natin yun na i-absorb ka agad lahat ng information. So, that is why, hanggat maaari, you need to be mindful what time of the day your mind works well. Okay? So, next, number 4, organizing all requirements and tasks before you start doing them. So, as much as possible, again, diba? Gawa po tayo ng to-do list. Ma'am, paano po pag nagkasabay-sabay na? Okay, so hindi naman pwede yun, class, na sabay-sabay sila ng time. So, syempre, kaya nga tayo may schedule, di ba, na fina-follow sa school. So, let's say, for example, yung mathematics, science, Filipino, and araling panlipunan, on that particular day, nag-announce si teacher na meron kayong assignment. Okay? And then, syempre, hindi naman yan sila sabay ng oras eh. So, kung sino yung nauuna sa schedule, let's say, for example, si mathematics, siya yung nauuna sa schedule, kinabukasan, so, syempre, yun yung unahin mo. Yun yung unahin mong gawin na assignment. So, yung iba naman, ang ginagawa, based or according to kung ano yung alam nila. Kasi somehow, halos lahat ng estudyante, di ba? Or hindi naman lahat, pero most of the students is takot sa math. So, as much as possible, wag nating iwasan yung mga topic na sa tingin natin parang hindi ko kaya. So, of course, you need to ask help from others. So, let's say, for example, your teacher. Pwede naman kayong magtanong na, ay, ma'am, paano nga po ulit to? Or, di kaya, your siblings. Diba? Yung mga kapatid mo, yung mga ate at kuya mo, pwede mong hingan sila ng tulong or even your parents. So as much as possible, diba, kailangan i-organize natin lahat ng requirements or tasks para yun hindi mag-pile up. So once the tasks are given to you, include them in your calendar as part of your schedule on a particular day. So in this way, you are doing it in a piecemeal, which prevents you from harboring fear of failing the subjects. So hindi naman kasi pwede yung isang bagsakan, gagawin mo siya. Na, sa Tuesday ko na lang yan gagawin. Lahat. Hindi pwede yon kasi magkakaroon kasi ng yun nga, ma-overwhelm ka sa information. So ang mangyayari, tatamarin ka na naman. So hindi mo siya magagawa ulit. Okay? So you need to organize all the requirements and tasks before you start doing it. Next, number 5. Dismissing things that you don't understand. So this is very common in school, no? Kasi most of the time, at the end of the lesson, si teacher nagtatanong, okay class, may natutunan ba tayo in this session? So syempre, ang mga estudyante, ang common na isasagot is, none so far, ma'am. None so far po, teacher. Wala pong tanong. Pero at the back of your mind, you still have this question na, ay, hindi ko pa masyadong gets to. Pero hindi mo siya natanong. Okay? So as much as possible, wag po nating hayaan na mag-dismiss na lang yung klase nang hindi natin naintindihan yung lesson. So wag, yun nga, sabi nga, diba? Wag mahihiyang magtanong. So you should ask something na gusto mo pa siyang i-clarify para kahit paano, pagdating mo sa bahay, kung may assignment pa kayo dun sa particular subject na yun, at least, diba, alam mo. Kasi alam mo siyang sagutan kasi, yun nga, na-clarify mo sa teacher. So you must be particular on the things that you don't understand in a lesson and have the initiative to deal it with your teacher during or even after classes. So, pwede po tayong magtanong sa atin pong mga teachers or facilitators. So, asking help from your high-performing classmates would also facilitate your comprehension. So, even your classmates. So, may mga classmates kasi tayo na magagaling talaga or kumbaga fast learner, sabi nga nila. So, syempre, pwede din natin silang tanongin. Classmates, excuse me, pwede ba akong magtanong on this part? Hindi ko kasi masyadong naintindihan kanina. Okay, pwede po yun. Okay? So, hindi naman po yun ikakababa ng pagkatao natin, yung panghingi ng tulong. Alright? So, again, dismissing things that you don't understand is a no-no. Hanggat maaari, magtanong po tayo. Okay? Number 6, having random notes and confusing learning space. So, what is the purpose of your notebook, by the way? Diba? For notes. And lahat ng subjects natin, meron tayong specific notebook. Even your homeroom guidelines subject, diba? Meron kayong notebook dyan sa bag nyo. Pero, ang ginagawa ng iba sa atin is that, let's say, time ng math. So, instead na math notebook yung ginuha niya sa bag niya, English. So, ang nangyari, yung notes niya sa math, yung iba nasa English na notebook. So, 'di ba? Hindi siya organized. So, having random notes would lead you to confusing, no? Kumbaga, it will lead you to mahihirapan ka kasi hindi mo magagamit yung information na yun for future purposes. Let's say, sasabihin ni teacher, okay, you have 10 minutes. I will give you 10 minutes to review. What if yung specific topic na yun wala dun sa notebook na let's say math. Wala dun sa notebook ng math, nalagay mo pala siya sa English na notebook. And hindi mo naman yan kaagad-agad maaalala na nasa English notebook mo pala siya nilagay. So, di ba, mahihirapan ka. So, your notes will help you remember the good points you may need during examinations. So, without notes, you will need to reread and review the entire modules before the test. So, syempre, sa atin, yung iba, ang ginagawa, meron tayong keywords or key notes. So, pag hindi natin nakuha yun or pag hindi natin na-organize yung mga notes natin, mahihirapan tayo. Okay? So, remember that your notes will help you save time and easily recall the main points. Okay? So, next one, number 7, having a crunch time for the exams the next day. So, let's say for example, or na-try nyo na ba, you have experience siguro trying to absorb all the lessons for long tests or even important performance tasks the next day. So, let's say, Tuesday ang exam. Pagdating ng Monday, ang ginagawa mo, instead na mag-aaral ka, is that nagso-social media ka. Nanonood ka ng mga video sa TikTok or sa YouTube or sa Facebook. No? And then, saka ka palang mag-aaral nung, yung period before yung mismong exam. Which is not good, 'di ba? Kasi hindi mo naman kaagad-agad, again, hindi mo ma-absorb yung information in a short period of time. So, kailangan mo, syempre, it will take time, no, for our brain to absorb that particular information. Meron naman po akong na-absorb kahit pa paano. Ayun na nga, meron kang na-absorb, pero hindi enough. No, hindi siya enough para yung score mo is umangat or makakuha ka ng perfect score. So, syempre, pag once nagkaroon ng exam, ang goal talaga natin is it's either makakuha ng highest score or makapasa. Diba? Nandun tayo sa point na ganon. So, mas maganda syempre is yung ma-perfect natin yung score. And hindi mo yun magagawa kung hindi ka mag-aaral in advance. So, make sure to make it tidbits by setting time to concentrate and focus on certain parts of the test coverage would make your life easier. So, as much as possible, bago pa lang, syempre, ina-announce naman kasi yung exam, di ba? Kung kailan yung examination. So, kaya yung in-announce ni teacher for you to have the time to study. No? Pero ang ginagawa mo, malayo pa pala. Sige, wag na lang muna. Okay? Iwasan po natin yon. Hindi po yon effective. Okay? So, it pays to be organized and disciplined in carrying out these things. So, as much as possible, iwasan natin na mag-aaral lang tayo right before the exam. Okay? So, hindi po pwede yun. Okay? Number 8, multitasking while studying. So, ito, karamihan sa atin ginagawa ito. Diba? Pagkakaroon ng other tasks aside from studying. So, ma'am, is it effective? So, hindi po lahat nag-work sa atin. Let's say, for example, you are listening to music while studying. That is a multitasking. Diba? Kasi nakikinig ka ng music, tapos nag-aaral ka pa. Sa tingin mo, ma-absorb mo ba yung 100% information na pinag-aralan mo? Diba? Hindi ka sure. Hindi ka sure kasi nga, nakikinig ka ng music, meron kang other ginagawa. Okay? So, as much as possible, i-prioritize muna natin yung studying. So, let's say, after meal, diba? Pagkatapos kumain, syempre may household chores ka pa, saka ka palang mag-aaral. Pag nagawa mo na yung lahat ng mga gagawin mo, saka ka pala mag-aaral. Okay yun. Okay? Pero yung naghuhugas ka ng pinggan, tapos nagbubukas ka ng notes dyan, that's not good. Kasi nga, may ginagawa ka eh. May other things ka na ginagawa, yung paghuhugas ng pinggan, tapos iba yung focus mo, 'di ba? Hindi siya, what you call this one, hindi ka nakafocus sa isang bagay lamang. So, meron ka pang ibang ginagawa. So, that is why, siguro, meron kang information na ma-absorb, pero yun nga, hindi 100%. Diba? Hindi enough para magkaroon ka ng score sa exam na mataas. Kasi, yun nga, naghuhugas ka ng pinggan habang nag-aaral. Kasi ang plano mo, kaya ka naghuhugas habang nag-aaral, kasi right after mong maghugas at mag-aral, magfi-Facebook ka na. Diba? Which is not good. So, as much as possible, iwasan po natin yung pag-multitask. Okay? Pero yung iba, yes, agree naman ako doon na meron talagang iba na kayang mag-multitask habang nag-aaral. Okay? That is good for you naman po. So, you will get to appreciate the details and even the areas for improvement if you're doing a school projects of readings. You will also easily understand the concepts and ideas of the lesson if you turn off your TV, music, social media, or anything that distracts you. So, hindi naman po lahat is kayang ma-absorb yung information, no? Or, let's say, merong iba na magko-contrast na, ay ma'am, sa akin effective yung makikinig sa music eh. Kasi, pag naaalala ko yung kantang yun, maaalala ko yung information na pinag-aralan ko. Well, that's good for you, diba? So, mabuti yun. Pero hindi, again, disclaimer, hindi po yun nag-work sa lahat. Kaya naman, multitasking while studying is a no-no pa din. Okay? I-prioritize po natin ang pag-aaral. Okay? Next and last, no? This will be the last, repeating the ineffective study habits and mistake. So, syempre, diba, as we go along the lesson, meron siguro sa inyo nare-realize na, hindi pala effective yon. Oo nga, no, hindi pala siya effective kasi mababa yung mga score exams ko. So, syempre, as much as possible, kung na-realize nyo ngayon pa lang na mali niya yung, or kumbaga, hindi siya effective, yung study habits that you have, so as much as possible, wag na nating ulitin. Okay? So, you must use of those insights and avoid putting yourself in a problematic situation. So, kung na-realize mo na hindi pala siya effective, diba? Palitan mo na nung mga effective. So, the courage and willingness to break those ineffective study habits and upgrade the effective ones. Kung sa tingin nyo, effective sa inyo yung pag-aaral sa madaling araw, then go for it. Diba? Kung sa tingin nyo, effective sa inyo yung, so this one, yung pag-multitask, okay lang yun, go for it. Kung sa tingin nyo, effective sa inyo yun. Pero kung hindi, syempre, wag nyo na pong ulitin. Okay? Hindi, kumbaga, i-crash out na natin yon and palitan natin ng effective ones. Okay? So, that would be the last. Okay? So, for our post-assessment class, okay, so I have here an activity, no? This is a short activity. So, post-assessment questions. Among the study habits that you have, write an experience where it proved to be effective in attaining your desired grades and how can you still improve it in grade 10. So, kung sa tingin nyo effective yon, isulat nyo siya, write your answer on a piece of paper. So, again, kung sa tingin nyo effective yung study habits that you have, sulat nyo siya sa papel and then how are you going to improve it pagdating netong grade 10 nyo na year. Okay, so your timer starts now. Alright, time's up. So, I hope nakasulat na kayo sa papel, no? So, again, ang isusulat niyo lang po dyan is those effective and then how you're going to improve it pagdating itong grade 10. Okay? And then, last activity for the last one, reflection time. On a short bond paper, draw a symbol that would remind you to become a better student this year. So it could be something that will direct you to break the faulty study habits or gives you a motivation to pursue learning and finish your studies. Try to use coloring materials if available. So, drawing lang kayo ng siguro icon. Let's say for example, ang goal mo talaga is, yun nga, makagraduate. So, pwede mong i-drawing doon sa short bond paper yung graduation cap. Kasi yun yung goal mo. Kaya meron kang, what's called this one? Meron kang study habits na tinatawag. Okay? So, ayan. So, this will be your reflection time. Okay po? And that's it. Thank you for watching this video. So again, the title of this video is Decoding the Secrets to Better Study Habits. So once again, this is Teacher Cherry, and see you again, great learners. Bye! Good morning, great learners. So, welcome to our new lessons for today's session. So, we are now in lesson 2. This is under Homeroom guidance entitled Discover the Road to Self-Discipline. So, once again, I am your teacher, great teacher Cherry, and welcome to our great community. So for you to be updated, do not forget to follow our online platforms like Facebook, YouTube, at the Great Teachers Academy. So are you excited to learn? Okay, let's get started. So for today's session, again, we're going to talk about discover the road to self-discipline. So in this module, it aims to help you discover self-discipline and its relevance role to as an adolescent, and of course self-discipline and awareness on your role in the family as well as in the community will help you achieve your personal goals and maintain healthy relationships. All right, so let's reveal now our objectives for today's session. At the end of this module, you are expected to, number 1, examine the importance of your role as part of the family and community. So later on, you will realize, or maybe you're going to think of some of the important roles that you have, specifically sa family as well as sa community. And then, of course, demonstrate personal discipline in managing family and community concerns effectively. And lastly, determine ways on how you manage personal changes towards self-appreciation. So, of course, self-discipline leads you to progress. So, as much as possible, kailangan natin ng this is what we call changes towards self-appreciation. Alright, so let's get started. So I have here a quick activity, So let's break your stock knowledge and let's try this activity. So don't worry, this is an easy activity, So this is just a refresher. So in this activity, it will help you examine your roles in your family as well as in the community. So what you're going to do is just copy the template on a clean sheet of paper and write your responses under each column. So copyahin nyo lang yan, gawa kayo ng table, ipaghiwalay nyo, separate nyo, gawa kayo ng 2 columns you have there in the family and in the community. And of course, on the upper hand, nakalagay dyan, my roles. Ano nga ba yung role mo sa family as well as sa community? So let's say for example, your role sa family, ikaw yung tagahugas ng plato, or ikaw yung naglilinis ng kwarto, naglilinis ng CR, naglilinis ng kitchen, or you are the one who is going to cook or prepare foods, no, for your family. So, pwede yun. Lagay nyo dyan. And then, for the community naman, pwede din po yung volunteer ka as a youth teacher. May mga ganon. Okay? So, pwede nyong ilagay yan. Okay? So, those are some examples na wherein pwede nyo din pong isulat. So, your timer starts now. Alright, time's up, no? So, now let's reveal the guide question. So, after this activity, syempre meron po tayong mga processing questions. So, processing question number 1, after you made the activity, what do you think is your most important role in the family? And how about in the community? So, this one class, pwede niyong pagbasihan yung ginawa niyo kanina, yung table. So, maybe you consider it as the most important role yung nasa unahan na column or yung nasa unahan na row. Pwede niyong isulat yun as the most important one sa family and sa community. And then you are going to explain bakit yun yung napili mo. And then number 2, how do you compare your role in the family and community? So, 'di ba, may question nga, 'di ba, that ano yung ambag mo sa community or ano yung ambag mo sa family. So, how are you going to compare the two? 'Di ba? And then lastly, given a chance to change any of your roles, what particular role will you change? Explain your answer. So, let's say for example, sa role mo sa family, ang nilagay mo doon, ikaw yung nagbabantay ng mga kapatid mo habang wala yung parents mo. So, pwede mong, you decided to change that one. So, given a chance, no, pinalitan mo, and then, ano yung ipapalit mo, and then, of course, explain your answer. Okay? So, your timer starts now. Alright, so time's up. So I hope tapos na ang lahat, no? So now let's proceed to the lesson proper. Okay, so discover the road to self-discipline. Of course, diba, as you mature, diba, habang nagkakaedad tayo, you will realize that along with your personal changes, there are also changes in your role in the family and in the community. Kung dati, nung grade 1 ka pa lang, yung role mo somehow is yung maglaro lang, maging happy na bata lang. Ngayon, grade 10 ka na, medyo lumawak na, or medyo madami ka ng role sa bahay. Let's say, ikaw na yung tagaluto, ikaw na yung tagahugas ng pinggan, diba? So those are some of the roles na ginagampanan nyo every day sa family. No? As an adolescent, you can already demonstrate personal discipline in managing your personal, family, and community concerns. So this includes life skills development, establishment of healthy relationships, and of course, becoming a productive citizen. So as much as possible, diba, kahit simple acts lang yan. Simple acts, no, can be considered as a productive one. So let's say, sa community, tumulong ka sa pag-segregate ng basura. So, sa bahay pa lang, sinesegregate mo na ng maayos yung garbage nyo. So, that is a big help, no, sa community. No? Kasi, yun nga, nakatulong ka na sa environment, nakatulong ka din sa community nyo. Kasi hindi na sila mahihirapan sa pag-segregate kasi naayos mo na. So, being responsible during this critical time would benefit not just yourself, but also your family and community. So this pandemic challenges everyone to perform their respective roles, even if it would entail greater sacrifices. So before, talagang malaya tayong lumabas ng walang face mask, pero ngayon, kailangan natin magdala ng alcohol, kailangan natin magdoble ingat, 'di ba? Before nga, 'di ba, nung last 2020, Ang nangyayari, pag once may ubo ka lang, parang nilalayuan ka na kaagad. So, greater sacrifices yung iba. Pag may sakit, syempre mag-stay at home na lang. And then yung iba naman, kailangan kumayod, kailangan mag-sacrifice, no, ng time nila, ng effort, ng talent para lang kumita. Okay? So in performing your role, it is necessary that you develop self-discipline. So here are some steps no, that you can follow to achieve self-discipline, or some tips no, that you can follow to achieve self-discipline. Number 1, you must know and acknowledge your weaknesses. So as much as possible, dapat aminado ka sa sarili mo na, let's say, ikaw yung role mo sa family is ikaw yung tagaluto. Pero since you are in grade 10, hindi pa ganun kalawak yung understanding mo when it comes to cooking, 'di ba? May mga dishes ka na hindi pa kayang gawin. So, let's say someone asked you, "Uy, marunong ka bang magluto ng menudo?" And then syempre, you know to yourself na hindi pa. So, but, 'di ba? May kasunod. Hindi pa, pero inaaral ko po siya. Okay? Hindi pa, pero somehow nanonood ako ng video sa YouTube, 'di ba? Or sa Facebook para lang matutunan ko yung dish na yan. Okay? So, somehow, 'di ba, you look for this one, a way on how to improve that skills of yours. So, change starts from identifying your weaknesses, be humble enough to own them, and do something to start improving yourself. It may not be easy, but it's worth a try. Okay? So again, number 1, you must know and acknowledge your weaknesses. Number 2, okay, keep clear goal and have action plan. So as much as possible, no, be specific on what you want to achieve. So kailangan, kung meron kang goal na pinangahawakan, dapat meron ka ding action plan. Hindi pwedeng gusto kong maging ganito pero wala kang ginagawa. So as much as possible, 'di ba? Self-discipline. Okay? Self-discipline, kailangan kumilos ng kumilos. Meron dapat action plan kung paano mo gawin kung paano mo marating yung goal na 'yon. No? So your goal will serve as your guide in planning your actions. Having a clear goal would mean better action plan and efficient use of time, resources, and energy. So, syempre, pag meron tayong clear goal, no, meron din tayong action plan na kailangan gawin para yung goal na yun maabot natin or magawa natin. Okay? So, that is number 2. Next, number 3, tips, no? Number 3, commit to develop self-discipline. So as much as possible, seryosohin natin, no? Yung pagkakaroon ng self-discipline. Commitment is the key. Hindi pwedeng ngayong araw na to, okay, nag-aral ka ng skills, ng new skills, pero the next day tinamad ka na. So dapat, no, consistency is the key. Para, yun nga, maabot mo or ma-achieve mo yung goal na gusto mo. Kung gusto mong matuto ng another skills, kung gusto mong matutong magluto ng ganitong dish, syempre pag-aralan mo. You have action plans and then commit, no, to that action plans. Hindi pwedeng, ngayon okay ka, kinabukasan, wala na, hindi mo na ginawa. Okay? So deciding to achieve a certain level of self-discipline is never easy. Pero, again, discipline would mean doing things whether you like it or not. It means doing the right things at all costs, which oftentimes give discomforts that may drive you away from doing it. So as much as possible, kailangan maging consistent lang talaga. Okay? Tuloy-tuloy lang. Kung ano yung ginawa mo para ma-improve yung skills na yun for the first day, sa second day, improve lang ng improve hanggang sa makuha mo na siya. Okay? So, kailangan meron tayong serious commitment to develop self-discipline. Alright, so number 4, learn to avoid distractions. As much as possible, kung meron kang goal na gusto mong ma-achieve, diba? Be serious on it, be committed on it, and at the same time, pag committed ka na, syempre, kailangan nakafocus ka lang doon. Wala dapat distractions. Okay, so, ma'am, can you give me a distraction? Pwede po yung cellphone, no? Cellphone, kasi you're exposing yourself to maybe Facebook, no? TikTok, pwede yan mag-cause ng distraction. So, pag once kasi may ginawa kang, may inaral kang skills, and then somehow, sinilip mo yung cellphone mo, chinek mo lang saglit yung Facebook mo, pero yung saglit na yon, no, hanggang sa lumipas na yung 1 hour, 2 hours, hanggang sa wala ka talagang nagawa at the end of the day. So, sayang lang, diba? So, as much as possible, ilayo muna natin yung self natin to distractions, or you should avoid, no, distractions like televisions, diba? Pag nanonood ka ng TV, somehow hindi mo naman 100% makukuha or ma-absorb yung information na inaaral mo. So pag ganun, na-distract ka na. So somehow, dapat you should avoid distractions. Okay, lalo na't nasa bahay lamang tayo. So, syempre, consistency again is the key. So, kailangan matuto lang talaga tayo na ilayo yung sarili natin to distractions. Alright, so that is number 4. Next, number 5. So, create simple and doable routines. So, again, ulitin ko, consistency is the key. So, hindi pwedeng aaralin mo siya the first day, the second day, hindi na. Hindi pwedeng ganon. So, kailangan kung meron kang gustong ma-achieve na skills, kung meron kang gustong aralin na skills, dapat meron kang self-discipline. Okay? By doing it every day hanggang sa ma-master mo na siya. Okay? So, kailangan meron kang doable routine. So, let's say you want to gusto mong matutong magluto, no, ng specific dish. So aside from watching videos and then hindi mo kaagad siya itatry kasi syempre sayang yung mga recados, 'di ba? Yung mga recipes. Sayang. So hindi mo siya pwedeng itry ng actual habang nanonood ka ng video. Hindi pwede 'yon. So kailangan it's either mag-observe ka someone who is more knowledgeable than you. Let's say your parents, no? May mga time na sila yung nagluluto. So, pwede kang mag-observe na magtanong-tanong ka din sa kanila na, maganingan pala yung paghiwa ng ganito, ganyan. Yes. Okay? So, yung mga ganong routine. Okay? So, have some observation or have some, yung courage, no, to have this or to do this doable routines that you have. Pag once yan, ginawa mo siya ng ginawa, no, every day, naging consistent ka lang, ayan, hanggang sa ma-master mo na siya. Okay? Creating simple and doable routines will help you in developing self-discipline. Okay? So next, number 6, the last one, create a backup plan. So as much as possible, kung meron kang goal na gustong ma-achieve, 'di ba? You have this action plan. And then aside from that, kailangan meron ka ding backup plan. Kasi yun nga, pag once kasi hindi mo siya ma-reach yung goal na yun because of the action plan that you made was not success, it will lead you to frustrating situation. So, which is ayaw mong mangyari yon. So, as much as possible, meron dapat tayong plan A, plan B, or plan C hanggang plan D. Or kahit mga ilan pa yan, basta meron tayong plano. Or kasi, yun nga, may tinatawag tayong change of plan. 'Di ba? Kasi hindi natin alam yung mangyayari the next day. 'Di ba? So, having a backup plan will help you managing setbacks or failures. Not being able to achieve your goal in a specific time may be frustrating, but these backup plans will give you a better opportunity to replan and strategize your next steps. Okay? So again, those are the tips, no, that you can follow to achieve self-discipline. Okay? So that's the end of our lesson. So now let's move on to assessment. So this one is for me to check that you have learned something today. Let's have this quick activity. So in this activity, you're going to read each situation under column A and then answer the question under column B. So write your answers on a clean sheet of paper. So ang gagawin nyo lang, syempre, simply copy this table, situation A and situation B. You may pause the video para may time kayo to, to copy the situations or the table itself. So for situation number 1, no, you were tasked to assist your younger siblings in their schoolworks. You also have difficulties with your schoolworks. Yung letter B, how are you going to apply self-discipline in this situation? So, ikaw yung naasahan or ikaw yung inassign ng parents mo to assist your younger siblings when it comes to their homework. Pero, meron ka ding problem when it comes to your schoolwork. So, ano yung gagawin mo? How are you going to apply self-discipline in this situation? So, kailangan, syempre, tandaan natin, di ba? You need to have this clear goal and, of course, have some action plans. And as much as possible, pwede din, lagay nyo dyan. Learn to avoid distractions. Kasi yun nga, baka malay mo kaya ka nagkaroon ng difficulty sa schoolwork kasi nga, babad ka sa cellphone. Diba? So most of the time, kapiling mo or talagang kaharap mo lagi yung cellphone. Hindi yung mga notebooks or yung assignment mo. So you need to have clear goals and at the same time, have some action plan and maybe also learn to avoid distractions. Pwede yun. Pwede mo siyang ilagay dito sa letter B. Okay? And then number 2, your friend invited you to join them in their volunteer work after class. You really like to join them. However, you still need to finish your modules and learning outputs. So again, be clear with your goals. Kung gusto mo ka talagang makatulong, pwede naman. But with the help of time management. So pwede mong gawin yung module mo muna, unahin mo muna yon before ka tumulong dun sa volunteer work. Okay? So for sure, bibigyan ka naman nila ng chance. And then lastly, number 3, your neighbor is about to celebrate her 18th birthday and she invited your family to attend. The party will be joined by relatives and friends from different places, but you are all aware on the health protocols relative to COVID-19. So somehow ngayon, medyo maluwag na sila when it comes to health protocols. And then how are you going to apply self-discipline in this situation? A-attend ka ba? Or do you have any backup plans? No? Or ano ba, sasabihin mo ba sa relative mo na or sa neighbor mo na you have also an important things that needs to do, no? Kailangan meron kang backup plan on this. So pwede 'yon. Pwede mo siyang ilagay dito sa situation sa column B. Okay? Alright, time's up. So now let's move on to part 2, no? So this one naman class is, of course, you're going to promise yourself, no, that you're going to commit, no, self-discipline. So how do you plan to practice self-discipline? Write your commitment on a clean sheet of paper. So you're just going to complete the statement. My commitment to self-discipline, I write your name and your age. A great learner commit to practice self-discipline through, pwede mong i-enumerate dyan kung ano yung mga dapat mong gawin para no, makommit mo yung sarili mo to self-discipline. Okay? So, pwedeng higit pa sa 3 yung sagot ha. Pwede yun. Okay? Timer starts now. Okay, time's up. So now let's proceed to the last part, no? Reflection time. Okay, so of course, kanina bang nagde-discuss, no? How do you feel, no? After realizing that now that you're in grade 10 or now that you're in 10th grade, no? You have now somehow an important role to play in your family and in your community. So, ano yung naramdaman mo? Do you feel pressured or do you feel happy about it? Excited ka ba na gawin itong mga role na to? Okay? So, isulat mo lang yan sa clean sheet of paper. Okay? So, again, write your feelings or what do you feel after realizing that as a grade 10 learner, you now have an important role to play in your family and in your community. Kasi again, habang nagkakaedad tayo, lumalawak yung role natin, no? So, siguro yung mga roles natin sa family as well as sa community, if we're going to elaborate or enumerate those roles that we have, siguro hindi siya kasya sa isang papel, no? Pero yun nga, how did you feel? Or how do you feel? Do you feel happy, excited? No? Okay? So, that's all. Great learners. Thank you for watching, no? And I hope to see you again, great learners, for our next video lesson. Okay, so remember that here in Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. Goodbye and see you again. Okay, good day, great learners. So again, welcome to our great community. So I am your great teacher, Cherry, and welcome to our great community. So for you to be updated, again, do not forget to follow our online platforms like Facebook and YouTube account at the Great Teachers Academy. Okay, so for today's session, we're going to talk about I, you, and we, respecting similarities and differences. So in this module, of course, we are going to talk about the concept of respecting similarities and differences. So remember that our golden rule is do not do unto others what you do not want them to do unto you. So this golden rule is lagi natin itong naririnig, no? So it is very a powerful powerful thought, and of course it strengthens our relationship with others. So this principle is a reminder for you to treat others better, just like how we wanted to be treated. Okay? Ma-impose yung respect natin sa mga teachers natin. Okay? And hindi lang sa mga teachers, pati na din yung mga kasama natin sa classroom, yung mga kaklase nyo. You need to have this respect. Okay? So, respecting similarities and differences. So, you might have known that there are no two people alike. So, kahit magkamukha kayo, meron at meron pa din kayong differences, no? Or similarities. But it is in our differences that we complement each other. So it is like your body that is composed of different parts but are all important as they serve in different ways. So yung iba siguro sa inyo is preferred yung someone or gusto niyo makipagkaibigan sa someone who is a lot similar than you or yung pareho kayo ng gusto. Or pwede din naman na in contrast, no? Magkaiba kayo ng gusto, pero gustong-gusto nyong magkasama. Okay? So we were born from different races, we raise from different families or varying cultures, and we all have equal rights and privileges of who we want to be or how we want to live that might explain our similarities and differences. So, syempre, iba't iba tayo ng pinanggagalingan eh. So, iba-iba din tayo ng paniniwala, ng belief, no, ng culture natin na kinalakihan natin. So, that is why pagdating sa classroom, syempre madami kayo sa isang classroom, no? So, kailangan talaga yung word na respect is ma-impose. Okay? As people is inhabiting in just one world, we are encouraged to live in harmony with everyone. So para ma-maintain yung harmony or yung kaayusan, no, dapat magkaroon ng respeto. No? We can only possibly do it if we always show respect for others, despite our similarities and differences. To achieve a more meaningful relations with them, here are some few ways that you can do. Okay, so ano-ano nga ba itong mga to? Number 1, so you have there, begin with an open mind. Okay, so, syempre, kailangan open-minded. Diba? May tanong ngayon, open-minded ka ba? So, yung mga, diba, yung mga nasa networking, yan yung halos question nila na bungad nila sa iyo na open-minded ka ba? Willing ka bang makinig? No? So, importante yan when it comes to showing respect, no? So, begin with an open mind. So, lahat kayo, nasa isang classroom, meron kayong iba't ibang paniniwala, iba't ibang culture na kinalakihan. So, as much as possible, no, you have to be open-minded. So, for example na lang, meron kang kaklase na, let's say, yung religion niya is isa siyang Muslim. And you are a Catholic. So, di ba, hindi mo naman pwedeng i-force yung kaklase mo na mag-sign of the cross ka naman. Di ba? Show respect to us. Hindi po pwede yun. Okay? So, yun yung pinapaniwalaan nila or yun yung yun yung belief nila. So, as much as possible, irespeto din natin kasi nirespeto ka nila or nirespeto nila yung view nyo or yung belief nyo. So, you are a Catholic, so sige, nagsasign of the cross kayo, pero sila hindi. So, i-ano natin yun. Kumbaga, maging open-minded tayo sa idea na yun. So, be willing to hear and learn about others' views, belief, culture, or values. So, this gives you the opportunity to establish connection with others and have a wider understanding of the world in which we live in. So, as much as possible, again, be open-minded. Okay, so wag agad, alam ko na yan. No. Baka meron ka pang hindi alam. No? So, kaya kailangan mong maging open-minded. Okay? So, especially, talagang big deal talaga yan yung pagkakaroon ng iba-iba ng religion, no? Kasi meron yung iba nagde-debate eh. Kasi, yun nga, hindi sila open-minded. So, as much as possible, maging open-minded po tayo. Okay? Number 2, accept others for who they are. So, pag once open-minded ka na, naintindihan mo na eh. Nandun ka na sa point na naintindihan mo na siya na, okay, yan pala yung pinapaniwalaan nila. Sige, naiintindihan ko. So, kasunod na niyan yung acceptance. No, yung pag-accept mo sa kanila na, okay, sige, so they are also belong in the community, so kailangan din nilang irespeto, no? So, acceptance is the ability to see that others have also the right to be their own unique person. So, this one naman, of course, this will help you develop empathy, skills that will help you to be to have a better understanding of those who are different from you. So again, hindi po tayo pare-pareho no, when it comes to our belief, culture, or yung values na pinapaniwalaan natin. Pero if we show respect, if we accept them for who they are, then no, magiging maayos yung samahan niyo. Okay? And then next, number 3, value the differences. So, bigyan nyo din ng kahalagahan nyo yung pagkakaiba nyo. Hindi pwedeng after mong marinig yung story niya, talagang iniwasan mo na siya, ayoko dyan kasi iba kami ng magkaiba kami ng pinapaniwalaan eh. So, iwas tayo dyan, baka mamaya ma-impluwensyahan tayo. No, you should value, no, the differences. So, appreciating our similarities and differences is a vital, no, in creating a community that is united amidst diversity. Okay, so remember that our differences are what makes us unique and special. Together, we can do so much when our abilities are combined. No? So you should value the differences. Hindi pwedeng nakinig ka lang, hindi pwedeng naging open-minded ka lang, pero yun nga. After that, iniwasan mo na siya. Okay? So you should value the differences. Bigyan mo din ng kahalagahan. Okay? Next, number 4, listen closely. Makinig ka din. Hindi pwedeng nakinig ka lang, no? And then after that, nakinig ka lang para magtanong. Hindi pwede yon. So, kailangan makinig ka din para maintindihan mo. Okay? So, focus on what others are saying and sharing. So, syempre, para maintindihan mo yung side niya, kailangan makinig ka din. Okay? So, pay attention to their emotions and try to understand where they're coming from. No? So, tandaan nyo that we learn when we listen to one another. Natututo din tayo. 'Di ba? Sa school nga, 'di ba? Pag once hindi tayo nakinig ng maayos, hindi tayo natututo. So, ganun din when it comes to understanding the story of others or kung ano nga ba yung pinapaniwalaan nila or kung saan ba sila galing or kung ano yung mga culture na kinalakihan nila. So, you should listen closely para maintindihan mo din na, kaya pala ganito siya kasi ito yung kinalakihan niya. Okay? So, you should listen closely para maintindihan mo. Okay? And lastly, number 5, seek understanding. So, after mong makinig, ayun na, naintindihan mo na. Okay? Seek understanding. So, instead of questioning the validity of the other person's opinions or belief, ask questions and be curious. So, as much as possible, wag po natin i-question na, bakit ganito? No? Kailangan maintindihan mo na, okay, kaya pala. Okay, dapat ganun yung kasunod nun. After mong makinig ng maayos, naintindihan mo na siya, okay? Diba? So, hindi pwedeng questionin mo na, bakit? Bakit ganun yung pinapaniwalaan nyo? No. So, you should respect, no? No, seek understanding is a simple way of respecting similarities and differences. Okay, so try to understand others and make them feel respected. Kasi ikaw nga, di ba, nire-respeto ka nga nila. So same din, sila din, dapat mag-give back ka din sa kanila. No, irespeto mo din sila. Okay, so remember that one of the best things about the world we live in is being surrounded with different people. No? Instead of emphasizing our differences, embrace them. No? Be respectful of them and use the experience to learn and grow as a person. Okay? So again, tandaan niyo po yung mga ways na yan so that you will have this respect, no, sa pagkakaiba or sa pagkakapare-pareho natin. For today's session, so again, here in Great Teachers Academy, we make complex lessons easy to understand. So this is Teacher Cherry and hope to see you again. Bye!